the presence of Xenos structures.
Dead Inquisitor Scaveroller, your objective is to explore and catalog any Xenos artifacts and report back to the Omnisci.
Such a shame to finally find what I have sought, and not bring anything back.
Limit your activities to observation. Our Forge world is young. We would know what has been here before. Only then can this region be consecrated to the Omnisci and its bounties exploited.
Of course, Prime Hermeticon. My maniple will locate an entrance to the underground structure. Let us venture deeper. There is always so much under the surface for the taking. A door left open for us. Perhaps seismic activity has opened it. Excavation Manipul Eta 7. Scout ahead. Secure the entrance. These ruins belie the much larger structure beneath. There is much here I find familiar. Xenos, my hypothesis holds true. The day will not be wasted after all. emergency? What is the servitor's status? Report. Then we shall have to see it for ourselves. Servitor 997 Gamma. Satisfactory. Evidently was for wear. The servitor's logic circuits were burned out, and the gyrosextant misaligned. These have been corrected. Report on its status. It will have to suffice. This one is damaged. Its machine code generator must be malfunctioning. Servitor, engage low Gothic speech mode. Good. I would scour this place for its secrets, but it is unwise to tarry. Survey our immediate surroundings and report. The mechanics of fate have put a door in our path. Surely the Omnisire wills us to delve further. A modulated current applied to the locking components should produce results. And it opens. There is no obstacle that will not melt away before a sufficiently cunning application of knowledge. Excavation maniple 8 to 7, and mostly intact. Servo skull, find us a way back to the surface. We are still missing Engine Seer Devos. It would be logical to rescue him if he yet lives. And though an escape route is the highest priority, it would be an unforgivable waste to squander this opportunity to examine a necron tomb. I lost treasures beyond enumeration to the exterminatus at Silver Tenebris. The wantonness, the waste. I will permit no such tragedy here. Less than useful. Should we come across Davos, all the better. But for now, I must determine the best route through this labyrinth myself. The tomb is no mere dead structure. Something stirs here, even if it sleeps. The circumspect approach was clearly the correct one. Thus the pursuit of knowledge is always rewarded. More resistance. The tomb is merely defended by dregs and stragglers. It is awakening. The structure ahead appears unstable. Topographical scan. A ravine we must cross. Erosion or seismic activity has taken a toll on the tomb. Time is pitiless, even to the necrons. Moreover, this was a storage area for samples of an alloy I do not recognize. The necrons in their ignorant slumber grant us a gift. It would be illogical not to accept it. Another gateway. This one far more elaborate. Could our path have taken us not to the outside, but to an inner chamber? The Omnisire commands that the knowledge beyond must be gained. Devos lives, but barely, it seems. Give me his life signs. What little flesh remains of Devos has proven weak indeed. Shock his central nervous system. A full bioelectric reset may stabilize his augmentations. His injuries were beyond remedy. Unfortunate. This death represents a significant deficit in resources. Enough delay. Open these doors. A not unexpected welcome. Chamber. The heart of the tomb. Random fate generation has led us here. The Omnisire willed it.
Noble Magi of the Omnisylod, I have responded to your summons.
Magos Faustinius, we have called you to our world for your experience with the Xenos, known as Necrons. You have engaged these creatures before. Confirm.
Indeed.
I fought the Necrons on Silver Tenebris, though the outcome was...
suboptimal. Historical records assert that the planet was destroyed, subjected to exterminatus.
I determined exterminatus was the only way to ensure the Necron threat was truly eliminated. My calculations were extensive. I believe the Omnissiah's will was done.
No such option exists on Hecatea's 4. Ours is a forge world, newly established, but one that must be defended at all costs. This forged city of Ex Veritas represents resources that Adeptus Mechanicus cannot lose. There will be no exterminatus here.
The spaceport menials report you have not arrived alone.
I am accompanied by a retinue. All specialists, all worthy of my trust. They were at my side on Silver Tenebris. There are few with their experience of facing the Necrons.
You arrive as operations have already begun. Our campaign to dismantle the Necron formations and uncover their underground tombs is well underway.
It is the Omnissiah's will that Hecatea's 4 become a monument to the priesthood of Mars. Not 1 square meter wasted. Skies dark with the smoke of our manufactoria. A forged world to equal any in the Imperium. Before this can come to pass, the Xenos must be eradicated.
Battle zone data analysis has demonstrated an element lacking in our strategic assets. The Skitarii cohorts are an unwieldy tool for engaging an enemy that remains opaque to our analysis. We find ourselves in need of a force that can move rapidly and at short notice.
Gathering data, eliminating key targets, supporting Skitarii operations, functioning beyond established battle lines.
You begin immediately. Mission parameters are already generated. An Archaeopter transport is waiting for you.
Then I am at your disposal, Magi. Grave news, Magi. The Necrons have awoken in far greater numbers than we suspected. The Skitarii could not halt their advance.
The aliens' foul presence darkens the horizon. With malevolent purpose they march.
It is my belief the Necrons are mustering for an assault on Ex Veritas. It is our principal forge city. Logic dictates the enemy would consider it a primary target.
Our predictive models concur. The defense of Ex Veritas shall become the principal strategy in our computations. Meanwhile, your strike force will be needed to act in haste, where other forces cannot. You will be assisted in this by the tech priest who discovered the first Necron presence on the planet. We understand you have previous interactions.
We are separated from the events at Silver Tenebris by much time and space. Yet still our paths cross, Faustinius. The odds would seem incalculably long, yet perhaps this was inevitable.
Scaevola, your presence haunts us like the howling of forsaken machine spirits.
Lector Dogmatis Videx, it has been too long since last we spoke. What an unexpected joy.
Tech Acquisitor, regardless of our disagreements about the fate of Silver Tenebris, I cannot fault your experience battling the Necrons. We will have need of it.
What we need is a leash on this xenophile crone.
My cohorts and I are at your service, Magi. Let the Omnissiah's will be done through us.
revelation.
Magos Faustinius, a force of Skitarii is marching upon a concentration of necron warforms. The resulting engagement is expected to shatter the Xenos resistance with a probability over 87%. However, massed Skitarii formations are unsuited to reacting swiftly to unexpected battlefield variables.
And my forces from the Caestus Metallicum offer a solution?
Quite so. Select troops are to be reconfigured into an intervention plate to respond rapidly where required. Its first task is to range ahead of the Skitarii and clear the path for them. Mobility and independence of command is required for this task. I am assured you can offer both.
I sense an underestimation of the Necrons. They may not adhere to your prediction models.
Your admiration of the alien is showing, Scaevola. Remember, it is written thus: he who speaks well of the alien is no more than a weapon in the hands of the Xenos.
Your advice is committed to memory, Tech Acquisitor. Elector Dogmatis Videx is well suited to leading such a mission. Am I correct in surmising he is to be sent upon this duty without delay?
You are.
My personal servo skull shall accompany the intervention clade to provide a means of observation and communication. It was made from the remains of Redditus, a fellow tech priest of great erudition. Its battlefield data-gathering capabilities are far in excess of standard. I compiled the neuro protocols myself.
Then let's turn the cogs of war. I am in position. The eyes of the Omnissiah fall upon this place. Let no foe go unseen. The enemy is close. We shall advance.
Move along the Skitari's projected path, and locate or eliminate any enemy along the way. Make sure to maintain full awareness, Lector Dogmatis.
Of course. Heed the words of Fabricator General Mitcondres. Let us observe the foe, not in awe, but the better to destroy it. are unaware of our presence. In ignorance they shall fall. Onwards! Hesitate not! Remember, time is a raw material to be expended only in the Omnissiah's service! Awaiting enlightenment. Omnissiah, bless our weapons and curse our foes! Excellent! Stand for remnants of Necron forces. The Xenos must be cleansed in their entirety.
The enemy are not as purged as we thought. How many are indicated? They must have some means of outmaneuvering us. Underground tunnels or sensor-baffling technology to hide their muster points. Elector Dogmatis, your situation is untenable. Retreat at once.
To retreat in the face of the foe is to hand him the victor's laurels! My heart shall be as a reactor fueled by hatred, and by its fire shall I drive the foe back. With Skitarii reinforcements I can hold out.
Not against these numbers. You are more valuable intact than discarded in a show of devotion. Withdraw to the preset extraction point immediately.
Have faith, Magos Dominus. The Omnissiah grants us the knowledge to forge our weapons and command our armies. We must trust in the divine efficiency of his design.
The Skitarii are out of position. Reinforcements will arrive fragmented, and enemy forces are overwhelming. Your imperative is to withdraw, with no further delay.
Then our righteous labor approaches its conclusion. By the will of the Omnissiah, our final act shall be of destruction! By the machine god! Obedience. Machine God's will. Stand intolerant. Stand intolerant. For the Omnissiah! Machine God's will. For the Omnissiah!
Return to Ex Veritas, Lector Dogmatis. Your task is done.
Against such numbers, and with their advance blunted, the algorithmic omens are dire. The Skitarii offensive is likely to fail. This is far from the glory the Omnissiah demanded of us.
None can doubt your zeal, Lector Dogmatis. It may even be that you displayed too much.
Rather an excess of zeal than of complacency. When we return here, it will be to excise the alien and restore the sanctity of our forged world.
Ready. Seeking specimens.
Receiving. Magos Dominus. Critical resources are held at mining sites outside city environs. This puts them in path of Necron advance. They must be recovered.
Prefect Ordnance Row has experience in field engineering. I recommend them for this task.
I hear and concur, Magos Dominus. A tech priest versed in the value and symbolism of gross matter. A forge, a scaffold, a world encased in steel. I am reminded of a far inferior version of myself. An honor, Forge Lord. Necron activity in the region has led to a failure in local communications. Only the approximate location of each cache is known. I am informed this will not be an issue, given the capabilities of your force, Magos Dominus.
I shall leave the Prefect Ordnance to speak for themselves.
If the Omniscient wills it, then it will be done.
Remember, Prefect Ordnance, your task is to secure all 3 caches of materials. If you cannot recover and extract them, at the very least, mark their exact location for retrieval.
Leaving such resources vulnerable was a folly. I wish I had alerted the Forge Lord to his error during our briefing.
The fact you did not suggests you are learning much about dealing with the senior tech clergy. Proceed with your objectives.
Transmitting. Processing. Processing. Transmit.
Force the vault open, or log its precise location for future extraction. I trust your wisdom in this matter, Prefect Ordnant. May receiving. Then our task is almost complete for today. one step closer to the machine. Body of iron, soul of steel.
is done. Another sacrifice of toil upon the altar of the Omnisire. This enemy is not content to let us leave. Stand fast. Defense doctrine. Limbs insufficient. Additional mega-dendrites required. One step closer to the machine. Receiving. One step closer to the machine.
All material caches accounted for. Return to Ex Veritas, Prefect Ordnant.
A lifetime of toil is our prayer. O Messiah be praised.
Modus Venator.
Receiving.
Coordinating data.
The front line is providing reams of combat data, but on a strategic level it fails to provide the relentless advance required to meet our victory projections.
Indeed. We now have more than enough examples of the effects of Necron weapons on Skitarii bodies to fulfill any future need.
Regrettably, the current situation cannot be permitted to persist. The Skitarii line must fall back before the Necrons can surround whole formations. Magos Dominus, your strike force is best suited to assist the Skitarii withdrawal to secondary defensive lines.
Subdominatus Kepra has experience among the Skitarii cohorts. I recommend her to lead this operation on the ground.
If it means getting our troops out of that grinder, then send me in.
This grinder is the result of thousands of iterations of probability analysis. Our orders were the most likely to result in victory, given the information available at the time.
Pray forgive Subdominatus Kepra's zeal on this point. She served among the Scitari prior to her investment among the tech clergy, and places acute emphasis on the efficient use of our troops.
What is the operative efficacy of nearby forces? We must relieve the pressure, disrupt the Necron advances, and give the Scitari time to recalibrate. Processing orders. Transmitting. Processing orders. Marshal, we are positioned to your flank, and the enemy at our position are at negligible combat effectiveness. Withdraw your forces to the rally point, before the Necrons fill the gap. Advanced tactical doctrines require a command input. In the circumstances, it will have to come from me. Costly, but unavoidable. Let more lives be preserved than respect.
The Skitarii are withdrawing across the whole front. Casualty rates are within acceptable parameters. But an Archaeopter recon flight has noted a problem.
Of course. Only a fool believes the Omnissiah has no more labors for her to undertake.
The Necrons are moving troops to a ridge near your location. This high ground will give them excellent fields of fire over the retreating Skitarii.
They will be annihilated.
An outcome that will be obviated if the Necrons are annihilated first.
Hold fast, Skitarii. We are on your flank. Transmitting. Processing orders. Send it. Ready. Coordinating data.
The Skitarii are withdrawing in acceptable order, but the Necrons are attempting to re-engage. If the Xenos retake the ridge, the line may collapse entirely.
I take it I'm to hold this position at all costs.
As perceptive as ever, Subdominatus.
Skitarii Command Doctrina effective. Transmitting. Processing orders. Ready. Send it. Initiate local scan. Identify remaining hostiles.
The Necrons are disengaging. It seems they too are unwilling for this battle to turn into a grinder, as you would put it. Excellent work, Subdominatus.
But still not a victory. The Skitarii must adapt. Their combat protocols were not up to the task. They had no counter-tactics applicable to fighting the Necrons.
But your intervention, Clade, has ample experience against this foe. And we have reaped entire info vaults of combat data in just this one engagement. Adaptation shall be made to the Skitarii protocols. Hecateus IV will become as a monument to the quest for knowledge, a great laboratory for the divining of the Omnissiah's infinite truth.
Let us all have such faith, Magos Biologus.
Lying in wait.
Magos Dominus Faustinius. It troubles us that we have minimal data on the internal workings of the Necron warforms. I am tasking you with recovering an intact Necron for dismantling and technosection.
What of the sacred prohibition on researching Xenos technology?
A needlessly inflexible dogma. Such secrets the body of the enemy could reveal.
We are well aware of the sacred principles and have judged the potential value of such information to justify the moral danger. Faustinius, we expect this task completed with all haste.
I have fought the Necrons before, and I assure you, such a demand is all but impossible. The Necrons vanish when destroyed. We have taken to referring to it as phasing out. The precise mechanics still elude our understanding. We have never been able to ascertain their destination.
Most perturbatory, yet the demand for data is undiminished. Engaging a principal Necron warform to generate additional combat data would help satisfy it.
Prime Hermeticon Captrix has been generating predictive data models to determine where members of the Necron leadership caste are most likely to appear.
Target-rich loci identified. Coursing routines pre-generated.
Take a force to the most promising location and engage a Necron leader construct. Assist the Skitarii if you can, but your objective is to compel the target to display the full spectrum of its capabilities.
And destroying it?
If doing so is expedient, feel free to eliminate the warform. It is the data we seek.
Mission parameters acknowledged. So long as my blade finds the foe, I shall rejoice in my duty. Lord Class Necron is coordinating. Advancing to predicted target location. The hunt is on. Modus Venator. Grape Skitari comms for Lord Class sighting.
Prime the Meticon. One such enemy was sighted near your position but has moved on. Transmitting coordinates.
Trail confirmed. Prey data logged. The hunt commences.
It was last seen moving at your heading 96.1.
Acknowledged. Tracking protocols in effect. Accessing primal coursing techniques, visual contact, environmental trace analysis, behavioral prediction. We hunt in the ancient manner, with perceptiveness and guile. Trace identified. Hypervelocity impact. Energy transmutation by unknown principles. Tachyon arrow weapon. used by Lord-class Necron warforms. Heat pattern recent. The prey. The prey gathers its pack to defend it. Call the hunt. Optimized. Acquiring targets. I detect the data scent of the prey. Stalking protocols, in effect. Once within our sight, no prey leaves it alive. Optimal unit disposition achieved. Spring the trap. Predator-prey paradigm in effect. Ours is the kill, and yours is the fate already cut short. Optimized. Stalker Doctrina in effect. Modus Venator. Prey has fallen. Understood. The greatest spoils are of knowledge.
Transmitted data is received, archived and partitioned. We find much to satisfy our curiosity. The cause of knowledge has been sated, for now.
That means your mission is complete, Prime Hermeticon. Return to Ex Veritas.
Magos, we have received communication from off-world. It seems you are not the only respondent to our call for assistance.
Excellent news, Lexico Arcanus. Is another coming to our aid?
Unknown. The message was received by an astropathic relay center outside Ex Veritas. The last communication from the facility was a report of Necron warforms assaulting the main nave.
The Necrons again demonstrate dangerous cunning. They must have discovered the importance of the astropathic choir. My intervention clade will retake the relay station and recover this message.
There is a complication. All interstellar communications are held in a Psylocked data vault. You will therefore escort a senior astropath to the relay station, so they can retrieve the message in the event the choristers are all slain.
More than a complication. Astropaths are not renowned for their combat prowess.
Thus, the task is entrusted to your intervention clade. Every astropath is a rare resource, without which we are cut off from the rest of the galaxy. Ensure this resource is not wasted. Recover all pertinent data and any surviving members of the astropathic choir.
It shall be done, Lexico Arcanus. Whoever has contacted us across the stars, their voice will be heard.
The omens are not propitious, Magos. The Emperor's tarot predicted suffering and frustration before an uncertain outcome. Blind I may be, but I can see the ill tidings clearly enough.
Remain close to the intervention clade. They will escort you to the station intact.
Then I shall take my survival on faith, and let the Emperor's grace deal me whatever fate he wills.
Make sure our astropath gets to the target destination quickly, but take no risks with him. The relay station is still silent. The astropathic choir there may be no more. Expect station is heavily damaged. The Necron assault struck hard. We should expect Xenos inside.
I sense death. Death, dreadful and awesome, has taken command of this place.
An accurate assessment. The nave is littered with corpses. Scan for any survivors.
Then the choir are dead. The enemy seek to silence this world and cut it off from the Imperium.
Scout ahead. Secure the nave and directly confirm the status of the choir.
I see only darkness, where many points of light should shine. The choir are all dead. You shall find their corpses scattered about the nave. The Xenos were thorough.
Such is their way. And what of the enemy? Do you perceive them?
I see nothing but death in this place.
The Necrons are death, Astropath. But the machine is immortal. And through the Omnissiah, even death can be defeated. The data vault chamber lies ahead. That is where we will find the astropathic logs archived. We have no time to plan the assault. Storm the chamber immediately! The enemy is here indeed. It is a cryptech, a specialist in their Xenos tech blasphemies.
The alien trespasses in our data vaults. Sacred words from across the stars are profaned by its presence.
It seeks to intimidate us. The alien's arrogance is matched only by the inevitability of its demise. Cut it down and secure the chamber. Hold this chamber while our astropath completes his work. How long to extract the message?
The Psylocke is not trivial to open. It is a delicate and complex task that cannot be rushed. Even then, the raw symbolism of the message must still be transliterated into a form comprehensible by a less gifted mind.
Then we will hold this position. The alien is ever loath to grant us a moment of respite. Make ready to receive the enemy!
I must be protected while I extract the message. It will be disastrous if I am interrupted.
Do your work as you must, and have faith that we will do ours. Defensive positions, and protect the astropath. Adopt prime firing positions. Maintain fields of fire and saturate the kill zone.
Scriptorium processing complete. Cogitators report the message has been reconstructed and translated within acceptable parameters of accuracy.
Contact is unexpected. Unknown variables in our calculations. Satisfy our curiosity, Akbani.
It is no mere curiosity, Forge Lord. The tides of fate may yet prove to have gifted us an unexpected boon.
Or an unlooked-for obstacle.
Open the data Sous, Lexico Arcanus.
I see hands of iron alongside meshing cogs, working in unison. The Gorgon's burning eyes in the void.
The sender is a Sergeant Varlek of the Iron Hands chapter of the Adeptus Astartes. Our call for help reached the chapter, and they dispatched the strike cruiser Medusa's Glare, along with a force of Iron Hands, to fulfill the ancient oaths they owe to the Adeptus Mechanicus.
The sons of Ferrus Manus, the brethren of Medusa, the angels of death, born upon a tide of steel.
The Adeptus Astartes. Such a fascinating example of human augmentation.
This changes much. The predictive combat models must be updated.
The Space Marines themselves. This is good news. Something we have lately been starved of. On the walls of Ex Veritas, we will need all the assistance we can secure.
My fellow Iron Hands are making landfall at Ex Veritas. Stand by to receive us at your spaceport.
It is rare to stand alongside the Adeptus Astartes. Their biological alterations are a masterpiece of sacred knowledge. The divine wrought in flesh, every fiber an augmentation worthy of reverence.
Enough! Where is the fighting expected to be fiercest?
Strategic observances indicate the principal enemy assault shall be at Erudition Gate. The alien has identified it as a weak point.
Standard fortification pattern as prescribed by ancient Magi of Mars is incomplete. Erudition Gate is the flaw in the required perfection.
Then I shall deploy my brethren at Erudition Gate. Where the enemy is strongest, there we shall shatter them. Make sure your troops are in place to support.
Sergeant, I am already on my way.
One step closer to the machine.
Sergeant, the timing of your arrival is fortuitous. Necron forces advance on Ex Veritas. Their numbers are almost a full magnitude in excess of our initial projections.
The Iron Hands are used to being outnumbered.
Your presence drives the odds towards the solution of victory. Let us fight side by side as perfectly fitting cogs in the machine of war.
News from Erudition Gate. Necron elites have breached the primary defenses.
If the gate falls, the Necrons will have a route into the heart of the city. Xenos filth must not contaminate sacred ground.
We shall secure the breach. None will enter the city.
Magos Dominus Faustinius. Redeploy the intervention clade to Erudition Gate. Drive the enemy back from our walls.
We have a common objective, Sergeant. It is an honor to fight alongside the Scions of Medusa.
Ensure you do not impede my battle brothers, Magos.
Necrons are pouring through the outer defenses in greater numbers. Hold them back until Skitarii reinforcements can arrive.
The Iron Hands will break this foe.
processing orders.
Receiving. Lord-class Necron. The Necrons heed its commands, in opposition to their established tactical patterns. It must be high-ranking among their nobles.
A Pharaon. Xenos command designation. Monarch-level equivalent. High-value prey.
It commands the assaulting forces. If it is terminated, the Necron forces should lose tactical cohesion. We must abandon the fortifications if we are to pursue this Pharaon.
The Iron Hands need no help in defending a gate, Magos.
Processing orders. Doctrina effective.
Who is this that challenges the rightful lord of Kivroth?
I am designated Magos Dominus Faustinius of Mars, and this clade is under my command.
You have invaded my world. You violate the ancient rights of dominion. You shed the blood of my servants. The blood? No, of course. We are beyond such frailties as flesh and blood. It matters not. Kivroth belongs to me.
All worlds of this galaxy are under Imperial dominion. I claim it by the divine right of the Omnisire, the Emperor made manifest.
We were ancient before your species drew breath. All the galaxy is ours. Your only right is to kneel before us on pain of extinction.
Adherents to the cult Mechanicus kneel before no Xenos.
You defy our eternal dominion.
We defy all that attempt to claim the Emperor's worlds.
So be it, vermin.
We can end the war here. The Theron must fall.
Every prey herd has its leader. Decapitated, they scatter.
Cry out the hymns of eradication, and make Ex Veritas our altar of war!
Motive force flow through me.
Doctrina effective. Ready. Situation hostile. Calibrating orders. Processing orders.
Calculating.
Ready.
Ancient form has yet to break, and your bodies are as fragile as dust. This ancient form has faltered. The pharaoh inside prevails, but the corroded metal must quit the field. The right of dominion over Kiroth will never die. I return, I avenge, I conquer. These are as certain as if it had already come to pass.
If we pursue the Pharaon, we will become surrounded and cut off. Hold your position!
The prey is bleeding. Protocol demands pursuit and execution.
Protocol demands I do not lose more troops by pursuing a foe for no gain.
The Necron attack falters. Iron Hands, advance and annihilate. The flesh is weak. Our iron endures.
This is Magos Dominus Faustinius at Erudition Gate. The enemy is retreating.
Let the data screen sing of our victory. Immortalize its image in Martian steel.
All for the cost of a few thousand bodies. Nothing lost that cannot be replaced.
The critical mass of triumph sets us on a path that cannot be diverted. Hecate's fall will be free of Xenos taint. The only variable is when.
Pave this road. Bury its surface beneath the spires of our Factorial and the aliens with it.
Skatros observers confirm the Pharaon was destroyed.
Then the head is cut off the snake. Our oaths are upheld.
To fight alongside the Adeptus Astartes was a rare honor, Sergeant. Ex Veritas could not have been saved without your brethren.
We are not saviors, Magos. The strong do not need to be saved. The weak do not deserve to be.
You have my order's gratitude regardless. This victory shall advance our strategic models beyond all expectation. The Necron leader's destruction was fortunate indeed.
The Overlord did not fall by our hand. Be wary, Magos. Do not trust in fortune, only in strength.
The Pharaoh's fall has put us in a commanding position, but think on the wisdom of the ancients. Mecha-sapien Sonied wrote, "Complacency is the rust of the soul, and a tool in the hand of the enemy."
The Skitarii have no room for complacency. The battle lines are already being pushed forward to find the Necron tombs.
Xenos principle eliminated. Kill confirmed. Means of elimination unknown. None can say who took the head of the prey. Troubling.
And not the only anomaly. The orbital scrutiny net has detected an unknown spacecraft breaching atmosphere. Its final location is unknown. Perhaps we share this planet with more than the Necrons.
New arrivals aside, the defenses are being recalibrated. The Necrons will doubtless alter their approach, so we must do the same. With the Pharaon destroyed, the Omni-Synod have judged the Iron Hand's oaths to be fulfilled. Sergeant Valek has already departed to rejoin his Crusade fleet.
The Iron Hands are no longer fighting by our side. Why would the Omni-Synod not do everything they could to keep them on the planet?
Iron Hand's combat efficiency unmatched. Exceptional war history.
Do not question the wisdom of the Omni-Synod. They are exalted Magi, blessed in the Omnissire's sight. Their understanding of his will is an order of magnitude superior to ours.
They desire to maintain independence from the Adeptus Terra. A forged world cannot afford interference from other branches of the Imperium, Adeptus Astartes included.
This is the decision of the Omni-Synod. It matters not if we agree. It is, and it shall be. Meanwhile, Magi of Ex Veritas are developing further strategic models for conducting the war on Hecate's IV. We feature in all of them.
Magos Dominus, an anomaly has presented itself. A Skitarii force sent to scout an unexplored region has fallen out of contact. All communications and data link feedback has ceased.
Not just destroyed, then, but jammed and cut off. My intervention clade can investigate their last reported location for clues to their fate.
That's near the unidentified spacecraft that came down. Maybe they ran into whatever was on board.
If a new force is present on Hecateus IV, the Omnisynod must know of it.
And if the Skitarii still live, they must be recovered.
A lower priority. Data is the greater prize.
We're far from the front lines. Could these be indicators of Necron scouting units? They do not correspond to any known trace diagnostic, and the proximity to the unknown spacecraft is still of concern. Proceed to the missing squad's last coordinates as quickly as possible, but remain circumspect. Not Adeptus Mechanicus, and not Necron. And they know we are here. The lost Skitarii are in the immediate vicinity. Be alert. You are not the only ones to have found them.
I detect the data scent of the prey. Lying in wait. Patience. Acquiring targets.
Missing Skitari, all dead. Can the cause of death be ascertained? No Gauss weapons? Perhaps they did not encounter Necrons after all. Gather intelligence on what befell them, but waste no time. And that knowledge is still of use. The cortical augmentations of the dead contain fragments of combat data. No clear evidence of the attacker's identity, but we have valuable glimpses of their capabilities. historical data archived that corresponds to these attackers. They are from an abhuman species, the kin, known to exist outside of the Imperium's borders. Logs refer to these groups as the Leagues of Votan. Some Magi xenobiologists have speculated they are an offshoot of humanity. What are they doing on Hecateus 4? You find yourself in a complex situation, kin of the Votan. I am Magos Dominus Faustinius, in command of this mission. If you wish to avoid further bloodshed, then explain your presence, quickly and truthfully.
I am Lord Grimnir Magda Stormwrought of the Foebreaker's Fist, vessel of the Greater Thurian League. Our ship was shot down by the same aliens you are fighting. We have a common enemy in the Necrons.
And yet you eliminated Askitari.
In a survival situation, every stranger is an enemy. Lord Grimnir, we waste time. These interlopers will report back our location.
Hold fire! That includes you, Nenvir.
I shall command my forces to refrain from violence, as long as you do the same. Do not make an enemy of the Adeptus Mechanicus. These kin are both a possible enemy and a potential ally. The latter is far more useful to us. I shall attempt to establish communications with the Omnisynod so their leaders can speak with ours directly. But until then, we must de-escalate the situation. Committing these troops presents a risk, but demonstrates our commitment to negotiation.
If you are willing to stand alongside us, then we may speak with your leaders. But this is no concession. We will watch everything you do.
Lord Grimnir, I have established a secure Vox line with the Omnisynod, the highest authority on this planet. You will be able to communicate with them directly.
This is Lexico Arcanus Akbani of the Omnisynod. To whom do I speak?
The kindred of the Foebreaker's Fist. Our ship was shot down by the Necrons. We offer an alliance against our common enemy, providing terms are agreed on.
The kin? Fascinating. Speculated to be a stable, divergent branch of humanity, possibly engineered rather than evolved. I have had few opportunities to study these abhumans.
Stow your curiosity, shaman. We are not here to be studied.
Inaccurate. Everything is here to be studied.
This negotiation will take some time. I suggest the intervention clade establish a secure perimeter. Work with the kin, if you are able. We may...
Modus Venator. Patience. Ready. Ready.
Indicators receding.
I believe we kin and you machine priests can benefit one another. We must secure our location and supplies until the Foebreaker's fist is repaired. You must have intelligence on the Necrons. A fair exchange.
A human technology of great interest. Power generation. Advanced materials, ship construction. We would inspect the grounded void craft.
We'll trade the Necron's secrets, not our own. The void is in our veins, and the Foebreaker's fist is off limits to outsiders.
The intelligence we receive in return must be of sufficient quality to warrant such expenditure of resources. We are running strategic data models to calculate cost-benefit ratios as we speak.
The negotiations have held. Our purpose here is fulfilled. Fall back to the exfiltration point.
Magi of the Omni Synod, we are reaching you from the Foebreaker's fist. Travel remains dangerous across the planet.
Our alliance is in its infancy. I can assure you that your kind would not be permitted in these chambers.
What a shame.
You promised us data on the Necron leadership. Our pact hinges on this exchange. We are waiting.
Very well. To the point. Since crash
landing, our kindred has worked to learn more about the foe. Brokir, prospectors, cognitar. We have grasped much of this dynasty's history.
You acquired such sensitive information within this limited time frame. How?
We negotiated to share our discoveries, not our methods. Let us hold to the agreed terms. The Overlord Sankhotep was attended by 3 courtiers, the Eupatritai. With his destruction, they will now command all the Necrons on this world. Voidmaster Unenvir has collated all we know.
The most prominent of the three was named Heckenheap. He commands the dynasty's legions. The Overlord's orders were set to flow through him. Now he will be leading the Necron armies alone. Heckenheap was the Necron's chief strategist, admired for his brutal campaigns of attrition. These tactics must be familiar to you, machine priests. Another is named Jebka. He was Sankhotep's chief advisor. One of the Necron's artisans, a cryptek. He was famed for his cunning, and for the strange devices he made for the dynasty's nobles. I have picked up odd radiation signatures that may be his work. Last is Sep. We know next to nothing about this one. The Necrons recorded little of her. We speculate she leads a splinter faction within the Necron forces. If she still exists, those Necrons should cleave to her command.
Facing these three directly is beyond us. Your armies may have a chance.
Necron leadership most likely located underground. Tomb complexes are heavily defended.
But not impenetrable. Our excavation engines are already being refitted to force entry to such structures.
But first, we must find all three.
Fortunately, we have just the tool for the job.
Situation hostile. Calibrating orders.
Alliance is an unforeseen boon, but these kin have not yet earned our trust.
Data on these abhumans is insufficient. The Imperium has only sporadically encountered them as mercenaries and traders. Even our Explorator archives can confirm little more.
Abhumans or Xenos? The potential for study is tantalizing, but they are less than amenable to examination.
Industrious, unyielding, but they have secrets. Intentions unknown, technology unstudied.
All analysis advises caution. Magos Dominus, you brokered the first dialogue with the kin.
My Clade made first contact with them. And if their intelligence proves accurate, they may be a valuable ally.
Watch them, assist them, and in doing so learn all you can of them. Knowledge is the Omnissiah's sacrament.
It shall be done.
If these creatures prove treacherous, you will serve as the implement of execution. For now, we shall make what use of them we can.
Tech Priest, a convoy of our prospectors brings raw materials for repairs to the Forebreaker's Fist. The route is dangerous. The Necrons have picked off too many of our pioneers already. Those materials must make it back to us.
Prefect Ordnance, you are versed in the arcana of logistics and supply?
It is so, Magos.
Assist the kin in protecting their convoy. Ensure it gets through to their spacecraft. Should the Necrons mount an ambush, take the opportunity to reduce their numbers.
An achievable goal.
Good. I will inform our Outriders not to shoot you.
The Omni-Synod wish to know more about these newcomers. Find out what you can, but without undermining our alliance. Execute the primary mission first, then seek out what they are doing on Hecateus IV.
The Omnissiah did not gift me with great subtlety, but I learned much on Sylvan Tenebrae about unconventional methods.
Awaiting enlightenment.
Many hours have I spent in meditative analysis. The billions of probability threads and potential outcomes of every military operation. The infinity of forms the future can take. All lead to one conclusion. We must...
If Hecateus IV is to be consecrated as a forge world, sacred in the Omnissiah's sight, first it must be fully pacified.
Quite so. Strategic prognosticate modeling has identified a region of significance. If the Skitarii can establish defenses there, it will reinforce the efficiency of our frontline macroclades and deny ceding strategic initiative to the enemy.
Then the Skitarii should mount an offensive there, without delay.
Not without assistance. Substantial Necron forces hold the ground. They must be disrupted and weakened before a major operation can take place. The intervention clade is ideally prepared for such a mission.
As the Omni-Synod wishes, so the intervention clade shall be deployed.
Processing orders.
The first servitor rampage any of us have witnessed, and it will not be the last. Blessed are those stripped of mind, for they are tools in the Omnissiah's own hand. Tragic that some cannot accept this kindness.
Following the successful execution of your objectives, strategic calculations have been dramatically revised.
Then the deployment of the intervention clade was justified.
Our data prognosticars are actively seeking further opportunities for the intervention clade to affect statistically significant battlefield events.
If it be the Omnissiah's will, we stand ready.
Transmitting Magos. The primary mission was completed. The convoy made it safely to the Foebreaker's Fist. Multiple Necron attacks were repelled.
What were your observations of their spacecraft?
It is a prospecting and cargo vessel of great tonnage, currently grounded. The kin have turned it into a formidable fortification, but I made another discovery, potentially of greater importance. The kin occupied a previously unknown structure, Necron design. They have named it the Osirian, name presumably from partial translation of Necron glyphs. The Necron presence in the area seems ignorant of the Osirian's existence.
Have you divined the purpose of this structure?
It is built around a central chamber in which a Necron artifact is located. The kin are studying it. Presumably, they are ignorant of its purpose. Direct observation of the artifact was not possible.
Yet the Necrons themselves do not occupy this structure, and the kin have had the good fortune to crash their ship almost directly on top of it. A set of circumstances that demands further exploration when the opportunity arises.
Indeed. Another curiosity. Images of a Necron monarch adorn the structure. All images depicted holding the same device. Small cuboid, context and material suggestive of stellar energies. Possibly significant.
Inquiry provides data, and data further questions to be inquired upon in turn. Thus, the quest for knowledge is unending. The structure, the artifact it guards, and this royal device all warrant further investigation. As do the kin themselves. Excellent work, Prefect Ordnant. You have shown the constructive duplicity of a true Magos.
Call the hunt.
obedience a reward.
Call the hunt.
Leave the area. Restore as possible. Infonet. Compromised.
Call the hunt. Acquiring targets.
Following the successful execution of your objectives, strategic calculations have been dramatically revised.
Then the deployment of the intervention clade was justified.
Our data prognosticars are actively seeking further opportunities for the intervention clade to affect statistically significant battlefield events.
If it be the Omnissiah's will, we stand ready.
Lords of the Omni-Synod, we must request your assistance. The Necrons are gathering for an assault on a vital structure we have occupied. It pains us to confess, we do not have the strength to hold against them. The Skitarii must join us at the defenses.
You ask that we sacrifice resources and personnel to defend this asset of yours. It is much you demand.
The structure is of critical importance.
So we understand. We have already learned of this Ozarion, a necron structure of such significance, but you did not offer up this information freely makes us ill-disposed to grant your request.
The Ozarion was discovered by the kin, Tech Priest. It is compensation for our trials on this world. But now the Necrons mass to take it back, and the artifact within. It is important to them, which means it is important you keep it out of their hands.
Should tear it down, destroy what is within, pave over it all. Make it beautiful.
If this artifact is so significant, we, the rightful masters of this planet, should possess it. We must have access to it. We must study it. The data it yields could advance the war effort. Yet you kept this from us. We are moved to wonder, what else do you keep?
No one can study the artifact if the Necrons take the Ozarion. Without your Skitarii, we cannot hold it.
Magos Dominus, your intervention clade can depart for the Ozarion without jeopardizing ongoing operations. All nearby Skitarii units will join you, aid in the defense, and assess the nature of this artifact.
Now is not the time for research. We can negotiate your access to the Ozarion when the Necrons are dealt with.
You shall dictate no terms to us, Grimnir. You have proven less than honest, and thus the equation of trust is unbalanced. Magos Dominus, remember your duty and hold the Ozarion.
As the Omnissiah wills it.
Information required. Some marvels we have yet to uncover.
Necron activity has reached critical mass. City defense is no longer sufficient to protect manufacturia and infrastructure. Supply and logistics crucial to war efforts now at risk.
We could not keep the Necrons contained within their tombs. The tide could not be stemmed. Can Skitarii be diverted?
Too slow. Too many fronts demanding troops. Intervention clade best positioned to respond.
If it is the Omnisynod's wish, they will assist in the defense.
Let's not one facility fall, Magos Dominus. The war must continue. The enemy must be felled. Hecatea's fall must be darkened with the smoke of our forges. Forges burn. The machine spirits sing. The threat is averted.
The intervention clade turned the tide, though the outcome was not certain until the end.
The cycle of war turns. Threats ended, threats approach. If the strength of Necron forces exceeds defense thresholds again, once more must we defend the Forge City. task is never done.
Receiving. Situation hostile. Calibrating orders.
The kin creatures report a substantial Necron force approaching the Ozarian.
Defenses are strong. Skitarian kin side by side. But Necron advance is inevitable. We have it. They want it. Conflict ensues.
If the Necrons surround the place, they can dig in and cut off the defenders inside. Tactical simulations offer very few positive solutions after that.
Subdominatus, you fail to factor in the resolve of the Skitari. Our warriors will hold out as long as the Omnissiah demands.
Ideally, they will not have to. The kin have built fortifications, but they mean nothing without sufficient personnel to defend them. With haste, the intervention clade can reach the Ozarian before the Necrons.
Machine Priest, a timely arrival. The Necrons are marching in unprecedented numbers. Every defender is needed.
I have deployed the intervention clade alongside your kin, Lord Grimnir. The Necrons attack in waves, rarely giving their enemies time to recover before striking again. I have seen how they fight. With the Omnissiah's grace, I can predict their tactics.
The ancestors are watching, Machine Priest.
A curious idiom, Voidmaster. Is it a blessing or a warning?
It is both.
Transmitting. Processing orders. Transmitting.
The foe are falling back from your sector, Machine Priest. I am committing my reserves to...
A massive burst of power. It is centered on the artifact chamber. Have the Necrons breached the structure? Awaken the artifact!
Impossible. The artifact is dormant.
Fall back from these positions and rendezvous in the artifact chamber. If the Xenos have reached the artifact, the Ozerion may be lost.
Hold together. No one advances alone. An exposed kin is a dead kin.
The Ozerion's inner structure is suited to close-order defense. But you have attracted additional attention from the Necrons. Break through them and make ready to breach the artifact chamber. The enemy has infiltrated the Ozerion. The Kin Artificer is with me. We will blunt this attack together. Voidmaster, it would benefit us all if we were to finally know what manner of artifact lies inside. If there is any information that would improve our chances, I am forced to demand it.
By merit of need. Very well. The artifact is a gate. The same technology the Necrons use for the portals on their accursed war engines, but on a far greater scale.
Even with such volatile power readings, such a device has the potential to reach beyond this system.
We were to study the gateway, learn what we could, but the enemy has it now. We thought the years had degraded it beyond use. I do not know how they activated it, or how it stays open.
And if the Necrons can summon reinforcements from tomb worlds beyond Hecateus 4, there will be no possibility of holding back the tide. We breach immediately.
human. Ah, the war priest, Faustinius. You defied my lord at the city gate.
Your ruler was thrown back from Erudition Gate in disgrace. The rest of you will follow as surely as radiation follows decay.
This creature knows you?
It knows my name, no more. Soon, it will know nothing at all.
Ready.
bridge to 1,000 dynasties.
invoke the authority of the Silent King and claim his right to tribute. Where is Pharaoh Sankhotep? He who should have the honor of receiving the Triarch's command?
Fallen, and its armies thrown back with it.
The alien speaks the truth. I am Nefershah, Vargar to Sankhotep, and inheritor of his will.
An unforgivable failing, but it does not alter my purpose. I am Nectaneb, agent of the Triarch, representative of the court of the Silent King.
Machine Priest, something is wrong. The portal's output fluctuates even further.
My readings agree. It does not have sufficient power to sustain itself.
Honored Herald, I beseech you to act with haste. The Eternity Gate will not last.
I am the hand of the Silent King, and will not be called to heel by a mere Vargard. The triarchal rules of conduct cannot be...
Your bridge has collapsed, Xenos. There are no 1,000 dynasties to help you now.
Voidmaster? Magos? Communications have returned. I am sending every kin I can spare to your position.
Let us finish this, Machine Priest.
Praetorians, defend us!
That gate is unstable. It could vaporize everything in this chamber. Fall back!
We do not leave a task half finished. The enemy still lives.
The Necrons do not live, Voidmaster. And neither shall we if we remain.
Main Necron assault faltered, Magos. A stern fight, but we held.
The news from the artifact chamber is less heartening. The Vargard escaped, as did their new ally from beyond the Eternity Gate.
And still we did not break. No profit without cost, Magos. The gate remains in the right hands.
Our garrison is established at Ozarion. Research into its artifact can commence.
An inaccurate summation through omission, Dogmatus Prime. We do not hold the Ozarion alone.
You refer to the Abhumans?
Kin are reliable auxiliaries, sturdy cogs in the machine of war.
But not adherents of the machine cult, and not fully human. Now the Ozarion is secured, the kin are more obstacle than asset.
You would advocate their removal from the equation Lexico Arcanus?
A total subtraction, Dogmatus Prime.
One step closer to the machine.
Our scholars have perused the reams of data acquired by our Skitarii in the field, and have pinpointed the location of an active Necron tomb complex. Its location is vital to upholding Skitarii macroclade data broadcast capabilities. To lose the data gleaned from their explorations would reduce our deployment efficiency by an unacceptable margin.
Then this tomb structure must be attacked and neutralized.
An accurate summation of the circumstances, Magos Dominus, but one not without its challenges. The Skitarii macroclades are operating at maximum capacity, and their formations lack the autonomy for the rapid assault such a target demands.
I see. And the intervention clade possesses just the right capabilities for this mission.
Again, your perception is without flaw. Deploy the intervention clade to the tomb complex in question and neutralize its capacity to pose a threat to ongoing exploration data collection.
Stalker Doctrina in effect. Call the hunt. Acquiring targets. I detect the data scent of the prey. Acquiring targets. I detect the data scent of the prey. Assessing enemies for taxidermic potential.
It is done, Lexico Arcanus. The tomb has been scoured of necrons, and its capacity to reawaken more warriors is nullified.
An acceptable outcome, Magos Dominus. But all calculations indicate Hecate's 4 is infested with many more such tomb complexes, most of which have yet to awaken. There will be more, and they must be eliminated in turn, as the Omnissiah wills.
A creditable application of mechanical concepts to the problem at hand. This is the means by which the Adeptus Mechanicus must approach all obstacles, including war.
the successful execution of your objectives, strategic calculations have been dramatically revised.
Then the deployment of the intervention clade was justified.
Our data prognosticars are actively seeking further opportunities for the intervention clade to affect statistically significant battlefield events.
If it be the Omnissiah's will, we stand ready.
Ready.
Fascinating.
Networking.
Magos Faustinius, the Omni-Synod has reviewed the strategic value of the Osirian. It is far too critical to entrust it to an uncertain ally.
You speak of the kin. The Osirian would be in Necron hands if not for our alliance. They have proven stalwart and dedicated fighters.
But for what do they fight? The kin have their own objectives, Magos Dominus. Coexistence is a fallacy. Thus their proclamations of mutual benefit ring hollow. After discussion, we have concluded that these creatures fulfill sufficient criteria to be considered xenos. Foreign to all humanity, lower even than adhumans. It is therefore incumbent upon us to eliminate them.
A convenient discovery, given what it now justifies. What role do you ask my intervention clade to play in this betrayal?
An unwelcome and emotive choice of word. The Psyker Magda is stationed at the Osirian, but her compatriot, the Machinist, remains aboard their ship. His capabilities represent an unacceptable hazard to the pending assault on the foe breaker's fist. You are to isolate him under the premise of surveying a resource vein.
And then capture or eliminate him. I see. I defer to the wisdom of the Omnisynod, even when it exceeds my comprehension. If this is how you have interpreted the Omnissiah's will, then it must be done. Multiple hunter clades are converging on the foe breaker's fist to begin a coordinated breaching operation. Let us hope that we can occupy Annenvir until the ship has been secured.
Machine kills this. Time is precious. What's the delay in reaching this site you've promised?
Forgive me, Voidmaster. We are currently resolving a navigation error. I assure you that we are in the vicinity of the coordinates relayed by the Omnisynod for this new metalloid scene.
I thought your crew well wrought, Faustinius. My pioneers have already scanned this whole section. I won't waste time sailing to far space. My kin will resolve this expedition. I have enough work to oversee on my ship.
Annenvir has already departed for the Foebreaker's Fist. We must abandon our deception and resort to open combat to disrupt his return. Far from optimal, but the same could be said of this entire operation.
Radiation and perspiration. Coordinating data. Situation hostile. Calibrating orders.
Envier has realized that the Foebreaker's fist is under attack. Move quickly, cut through the kin, and we may still intercept him.
Processing orders.
approach the exclusion zone for the Foebreaker's Fist. The Skitarii report a full advance through the vessel, with multiple key points secured. Yet the kin resistance is sharply declining. Why?
By merit of need, traitor. The need to keep what is ours from your plundering hands. I should be aboard that ship, but I will take my vengeance where I can. For now.
The reactors on the Foebreaker's Fist. The kin are destroying their own ship. Fall back! Get to safety! This is madness. I have witnessed the kin's devotion to efficiency in all things. Would they truly engage in such monstrous waste, simply out of vengeful spite? Or was there something aboard that Unenvir needed to keep from us? A secret the kin would destroy themselves before letting us learn. Once the reactors on the Foebreaker's Fist go critical, this whole area will be obliterated. Keep moving, and do not let the kin slow you down. Without leadership, the Force suffers. Focus, regroup, and lead them out of there. This region would be deadly to unaugmented humans, but the kin do not flee. It seems they would prefer to ensure we die alongside them.
Voidmaster Unenvir, we have abandoned the Azirian. You must fortify the Foebreaker's Fist against Imperial attack.
A broad-spectrum transmission. Exposed, but sufficient to punch through the Omnisynod's vox jamming. It seems the Lord Grimnir escaped our Skitarii as well.
It's too late, Magda. The machine cultists already staked their claim. The ship is gone. All that remains is to settle our debt with these old breakers. I'll see they don't escape. Not one.
We've lost too much already, Unenvir. Vengeance now would be a prize for an orc. Fall back with every survivor you can. The grudge demands, but it won't be answered today.
I'll see it done, Lord Grimnir. But I swear we shall have our reckoning.
If Unenvir is falling back, it may open the path for us to do the same. Keep moving. Cut through whatever foe is in your way, and get clear of the blast radius.
Situation hostile. Calibrating orders. Receiving.
And the Skitarii units? A disaster. Both of the kin leaders escaped. Our Skitarii were ravaged, and Unenvir chose to strand his people on a hostile world, rather than letting us claim his vessel. So much has been lost. And now we are without allies on Hecatea's fall. The thought patterns of regret and shame must be separated and purged, lest they turn us from our path. We must have faith that this was the machine god's will. Prime Hermeticon Catrix, the Omnisynod have lamented the gaps in our data concerning the capabilities of the higher Necron warforms.
Lord-class Necron leader constructs. Prime targets among Xenos warforms.
Yet they are a mystery to us. Your expertise is ideal for tracking down these Necron lords and bringing back observations concerning their combat capabilities and the means by which they command their troops.
Multiple target elimination doctrina accessed. To hunt such exalted quarry is to express the superiority of the human.
For once, elimination is not necessary. Your orders are to observe and report back.
Will prime target of opportunity elimination result in admonition?
So long as the primary mission is not jeopardized, you will suffer no sanction for destroying the target.
The hunt commences, Magos.
It is done, Lexico Arcanus. The tomb has been scoured of Necrons, and its capacity to reawaken more warriors is nullified.
An acceptable outcome, Magos Dominus. But all calculations indicate Hecatea's ore is infested with many more such tomb complexes, most of which have yet to awaken. There will be more, and they must be eliminated in turn, as the Omnissiah wills.
Magos, I return from the hunt.
And were you successful?
Target location operation conducted. Full Skitarii support. Across rivers of blood I waded, and through the ashes of the incinerated dead.
And your objective?
Multiple Necron warforms eliminated. Necron lords prioritized. Picked grab and combat data confirm Necron lord destruction. The greatest of their kind. Marked for their authority. Marked for the kill.
Your mission was to gather combat data, Prime Hermeticon, not to leave a trail of the dead.
Observations collated into data packet and transmitted to Omnisynod. Majority bandwidth devoted to Magna resolution pics of the target's final moments.
I trust that will satisfy them. Good work, Prime Hermeticon.
Prior to their removal, the kin relinquished data on 3 Necron leaders.
Regrettable, then, that we turned on them so quickly. They may have furnished us with more information still.
Potentially suboptimal, but inevitable. And we have more than enough data to develop a strategy.
Logic dictates such a strategy should center on destroying these 3.
That is not yet possible. We are working with the potential, not the actual.
Thus we are tested.
Heckenheeb is a military leader construct. Tracing its command presence will allow us to confirm its location. Exotic radiation traces suggest a means to track the technology used by Jebka, the cryptech. Ukenset's location is unknown, but it is associated with a subgroup of Necrons known as Destroyers. So isolating and tracking these particular Xenos may indicate Ukenset's location.
The Skitarii macroclades will continue to suppress concentrations of awakened Necrons, allowing us to harvest data that will assist in locating these 3 leaders. Once located, the intervention clade has the mobility and flexibility to support operations against the Necron leadership directly.
The enemy hides below like vermin. Brought to light, our excavation engine shall uproot them. Exposed to our fury, they will end as rust.
Responding. Magos, I have been party to the Omnisynod's data seances concerning battlefield wounds and their survival probabilities.
Most industrious tech acquisitor.
Call it a personal interest. Unfortunately, the Omnisynod has only a basic working knowledge of Necron Gauss weapons and their effect on biological matter. I wish to propose a more thorough examination of the matter.
I take it this will involve close examination of the various wounds suffered by Skitarii in the field.
Indeed, Magos. Fortunately, there is no shortage of the dead and mutilated.
A non-standard definition of fortunate. Nevertheless, I believe a greater understanding of the capabilities of Necron weapons will be beneficial. I give...
Excellent, Magos. I shall begin immediately. My battlefield survey is complete, Magos. I surveyed the war dead and injured in the areas of the front line where fighting was the heaviest. The great variety of ways in which a Gaussar can randomize unprotected biological matter is truly inspiring.
My own emotional centers return nothing but disgust at such alien slaughter, Tech Acquisitor. I trust your inspiration will advance our knowledge in preventing such injuries being inflicted on our troops.
It has applications in Medicaid procedures, defensive tactical protocols, and corpse disposal. I shall prepare a data sermon for presentation to Magos Biologist Diomede.
Then let us hope your enthusiasm translates into valuable knowledge for the war effort.
Magos Faustinius. Among the intelligence we received from the kin are the wavelength patterns of a high-level communication emanating from Nemesaur Heckenheeb. The Xenos data remains untranslatable, but it is possible to trace the point of origin.
Isolating such signals is typically beyond our capabilities. This is highly valuable intelligence, if it proves accurate.
And if we are to exploit it, we must move quickly. The exact origin of this signal must be triangulated before we can move against Heckenheeb's location.
Careful placement of 2 monitoring servitors would limit the location to an arc. A third would give us exact coordinates.
Thinking exactly. Dispatch your strike force immediately.
Be aware. The Necrons are likely to be operating everywhere in this region. As I was saying... Processing. risk to personnel is regrettable. But if the servitor is not placed correctly, the information gained will be of lesser value. Beware the heresies of improvisation. Deviations from the hallowed design may be beneficial in the short term, but the Omnissiah teaches we will pay for them in the end. It is questioning the reason for its existence. The lobotomization of the original biological cortex must have been less than thorough. It is misfortune that sees it manifesting now. Rectify this issue as soon as possible, and pray to the Omnissiah the next servitor will not be as problematic. Tactical scans of that area suggest it is a dangerous place to pause. If the intervention clade is attacked there, it will be at a great disadvantage. Ensure troops are exposed to minimal risk while placing the servitor.
Networking.
The Omni-Synod have requested logistical and command support for Skitarii units converging on the tomb of Hekimheb. Necrons are engaging from unexpected vectors and preventing a full advance.
Even masked Skitarii will struggle to overcome defense at depth. If the situation continues, they will grind to a complete halt.
Your suggestions for a solution, Subdominatus.
Deploy specialist units to scout the defenses and coordinate Stratoraptor bombing runs. Devolve Skitarii command to maniple level, so isolated forces can function with greater autonomy.
These measures will need much work to put into effect.
I take it I have just volunteered for the task.
You leave for the front immediately.
Responding.
Receiving. The forward units effected a breach in Necron lines, which allowed a breakout of the trapped Skitarii. Resistance was extreme. There were heavy losses among the vanguard.
I can permit a few moments of regret before partitioning my emotional outputs. What is the situation there now?
The Skitarii are regrouping for a concerted push against the tomb. The adjusted command structure is proving effective in repelling Necron counterattacks. So far.
Then the sacrifice is justified. Return to us, Subdominatus. We will likely be part of the final assault on Hekimheb.
Seeking specimens.
Blessed be the day. Menacé Hekimheb's tomb has been uncovered and surrounded. The entrance has been opened. By the Omnissiah's will, the killing blow shall soon land. Magos Faustinius, your intervention clade has the privilege of being the blade of our axe.
An honor indeed, Dogmatis Prime.
Accompany the leading elements of the Skitarii in breaching the tomb. Proceed to Hekimheb's location and confirm the alien's destruction.
And should the attack falter?
It will not. It must not. This is the will of the Omnissiah.
Expect heavy resistance. Hekimheb must be aware of our intentions. If you can break through to his sarcophagus chamber quickly, we can eliminate this Xenos without the resource loss of thousands of Skitarii. The Omni-Synod will only accept Hekimheb's destruction. Let the motive force suffuse you with strength. That must be the sarcophagus chamber. Break through the last of the resistance quickly, before the Necrons cut us off. There are times when the simplest plan is the soundest. Let us hope this is one of them.
Ready. Processing orders. Processing orders.
Hekamheb is preparing to bring reinforcements through those portals. A development certainly not to our benefit. But even if we deal with them, we must not lose our focus on the target. Worthwhile sacrifice. Take maximum advantage and charge the foe.
We who are immortal. We who have the rightful claim to this galaxy. We of all beings must lower ourselves to exterminate these vermin. This crude brawling is beneath my kind, but my legions have failed me. The biotransference took their spines as well as their souls. No matter. I will sully my hands this one time. I was slaughtering the foes of the Necron tier before these invaders were walking upright. Unlike the late Pharaon, I have not forgotten those days. I remember well how to fight. Legions, rise and drive the interloper from my sight.
Receiving. Processing orders.
Mass data threshing has generated a location for the tomb of Jebka based on exotic radiation traces. A major Skitarii force is diverted to assault the tomb and eliminate Jebka. Fatality projections are high but acceptable.
A painful but worthwhile sacrifice, if Jebka is indeed destroyed.
Thus your task, Magos Dominus. Support the Skitarii, aid in their hunting of the target, and ensure it is destroyed. This course provides a 77.9% chance for successful outcome.
One can never argue with a percentage.
Thus it is written. Do the Omnissiah's work, and see Jebka destroyed.
The tomb entrance has already been breached. The Skitarii are inside and resistance is heavy. Enter and relieve the pressure on our troops.
Magos, circumstances dire. Adopting posture defensa. Request assistance to engage Xenos.
Attack the Xenos from the flank, so the Skitarii can break through the defenses. intervention clade will take the northern path. We cannot give Jebka any place to hide. Keep advancing and corner the Xenos before it can escape.
Our maniple shall advance along the southwards route, adopting posture Venator. Omnis Sire guide you, Magos.
The Necrons within the tomb are still awakening. Any delay will only cause their active numbers to increase, and our chances of success to fall.
Situation hostile. Calibrating orders.
The sarcophagus chamber. Tactical algorithms demand waiting for Skitarii backup, but Jebka's chamber could offer a wealth of artifacts and intelligence. Attacking immediately may be essential to securing as much of it as possible.
Circumstance report. Moderate resistance, dead end, backtracking, adopting posture velocitas. ETA 779 seconds.
Make your choice, but do not risk Jebka escaping. All prediction models have this area crawling with necrons. Enter the sarcophagus chamber immediately, but be ready for ambushes. Either Jebka is not here, or this Xenos is able to mask its presence flawlessly. Secure the chamber for a thorough search.
Unidentified mechanism. Multiple present. Adopting posture velocitas. All withdrawal.
A trap! Jebka drew us right in. Get out of there! More Xenos awakening. Expedite your retreat, but ensure the Necrons cannot trap you down there. We may have sprung Jebka's trap, but we will not grant the Xenos its victory.
Transmitting.
Command as I am commanded.
Ready.
Synod will wish to know how such a catastrophe could be permitted to occur. Expect the debriefing to be rigorous. Whatever they decide, destroying Jebka remains the priority objective.
Cataloging data.
Magos, our Lex mechanics have labored in quarantine to examine the intelligence recovered from Jebka's tomb. This creature is responsible for creating unique weaponry for its dynasty, and we have concluded the Cryptek has been distributing its weaponry among the Necron legions to test their effectiveness.
The Cryptek engages in wanton experimentation, a typical sin of the heathen Xenos. Examining examples of alien technology is a dangerous task. Can this analysis be trusted?
It cost many fine minds among our tech priests, and by their sacrifice they have granted us enlightenment. We have isolated the exotic radiation produced by Jebka's blasphemous creations. Comparative rad trace readings from across the front have identified a convergence of such radiation around Mount Miletus, past Beta 71.
Contested kill zone. Combat stalled. The target is likewise unmoving. A cornered foe. A chance for the kill.
Find the source of these radiation signatures and follow any trail to Jebka. This Xenos has evaded us once. It is ill-omened indeed to let it do so again.
Find that source. If a Necron possesses Jebka's unique xenotech, we must locate it. Flayed ones. It's an ambush. Hold fast and repel the enemy.
Acquiring target. I detect the data scent of the prey. Optimized. Patience.
Flayed Ones is in possession of Jepka's technology. How it acquired it is something we can muse upon later. Pursue and destroy it. That flayed one is emitting isotopes not found in our metallo-alchemical databases. Jepka must have integrated its technology into the construct's body. The only way to retrieve the xenotech is to destroy the body that contains it.
Lobotomized. Ready. Ready.
It phased out on destruction, but the alterations were left behind. Artificial organs? Replacement nervous system? It is impossible to tell without study back in Ex Veritas. And decide who is to carry it. I suggest drawing lots.
Xenos alloys and radioactive materials recovered from the hunt for Jebka provide opportunity. A radiation scanner recalibrated to locate sources of exotic radiation. Greater distance, greater accuracy.
Can it find Jebka?
Unknown. First positive returns are at a Medicaid facility far behind Scutari lines. Isolated. Vulnerable. Unlikely lair for a high-value target.
And unlikely to be adequately defended. What word has come from the facility itself?
All communications with the Medicaid facility are silent.
As anticipated.
Investigation required. Search Medicaid facility. Locate survivors. Assess situation. Collect evidence. Perform debriefings.
Magos, I volunteer for this task. If the Xenos have found a haven in the facility, I shall burn it out and avenge our lost.
Very well, Lector Dogmatis.
In deed and spirit, Magos.
Studying.
Processing orders.
I reached the Medicaid facility and found none there living. All within had been butchered from menial to tech priest, teared apart and dismembered, a vile mockery of dissection.
Was there any trace of Jebka?
None, Magos, aside from the remnants of the radiation that accompanies it. I surmise the purpose of the slaughter was an examination of the bodies, as the chirurgeon might perform in an anatomy theater. The Xenos pursued the secrets of human anatomy. No doubt the better to destroy it.
What was was done with the remains.
A complete picked record was made, followed by catechism forensic for your perusal. They were then consecrated and ritually incinerated to guard against spiritual and radiological contamination.
Then Jebka's location remains unknown. Good work, Lector Dogmatis. But there is much more to come.
Omnisire, bless our weapons and curse our foes!
Send it.
Omnisire, bless our weapons and curse our foes!
Pleases us not that the cryptech Jebka has remained a step ahead of our efforts to corner it. The alien mocks us with its brazen continuation of existence.
Troubling indeed.
Its distinctive trace radiation should aid in tracking it, but even in this we are obstructed. I have conducted extensive rites of comprehension, and yet the data omens offer no more illumination. We require an expert in the subject. Magos Faradov has established a laboratory shrine some way outside Ex Veritas. He has no equal in the study of exotic radiation.
How has this Faradov suggested we proceed?
Attempts to contact his laboratory shrine have failed. All evidence points towards the conclusion that an undesirable event has befallen him. The intervention clade must enter the laboratory shrine and recover all Faradov's data, and Faradov himself, if he is alive.
Pious laboratory should be full of activity. Perform a wider scan. We shall assume the worst. Storm the nave of the laboratory and eliminate any hostiles. Then we can learn what has become of our radiation expert.
Transmitting. Receiving.
Necrons infiltrated the laboratory without alerting the rest of our forces. They knew where and when to strike. Troubling, but not conclusive. He must be elsewhere. The data archivum may have held out against the Necrons. According to standard construction, it should be more defensible than the rest of the structure. But if the enemy hold it, it is no better than walking into a trap. No personnel were caught in the crossfire, because no personnel survived. A bitter turn of chance. Press the attack!
Ready. Skitarii Command Doctrina effective. Ready. Situation hostile. Calibrating orders.
So, our unfortunate Magos did not survive. Yet, just as our knowledge will outlive us, so Faradof's research should remain in the data archives. Address the matter of his remains, but remember, the data is our priority. One of your combat troops to transport this body? Retrieval of all resources is a laudable aim, but only if it does not compromise mission effectiveness. Faradof was thorough. He had huge amounts of data archived in these cogitators. Even with a priority data cascade into Ex Veritas, it will take time to complete. No! Transmission of the data is our priority. Hold this position and protect the cogitators until the transfer is finished. Do not let Faradof's work be lost! The data transmission is complete. Scrape the upper layers of Faradov's research. Highlight any reference to the Tesseract Labyrinth. Concerning. Had Faradov come across the labyrinth in his research, it could have illuminated its significance. It must remain an unknown variable in the fate of Hecateus IV. For now. We must consider the possibility that Jebka attacked the laboratory because it recognized Faradov's work as a threat. The alien is cunning, but Faradov scared it into action. His work may hold the key to killing Jebka. We have but to use it correctly.
Networking.
Magos. Many iterations of a prognosticated data oracle have generated a probability matrix. This has granted us a map of cryptic Jebka's potential future movements.
An impressive conjecture, if it proves accurate.
Further data oracles predict the original's accuracy at 81%. Magos Faradov's work on exotic radiation isotopic trace patterns was instrumental in the data oracle's creation.
And though his flesh failed, his knowledge endured. And so he serves the Omnissiah beyond death.
Jebka has the means of traveling quickly, likely on an anti-gravitic transport vehicle. Attempts to engage this conveyance with aerial assets have been unsuccessful. It employs unfamiliar stealth technology that frustrates our Archaeopter targeting. Planting a tracker on the vehicle will allow us to bypass these defenses. It is the solution calculated as offering the highest probability of success.
I take it my intervention clade is to place this tracker?
Most perceptive, Magos.
This is a task for a fast-moving unit, capable of operating in enemy territory unobserved. Subdominatus Kepra, you have experience fighting alongside the Sicarian infiltrators.
I have. Excellent saboteurs and shock troops, and very suited to this mission.
Then they should be led by someone who can show the required initiative. I would suggest yourself, Subdominatus.
Of course, Magos. Eliminating Jebka is worth any risk. If this Xenos can be cornered, I will see it done. Radiation and perspiration.
Communications open.
An air attack would never have been able to pinpoint its location exactly.
Excellent work, Kepra. The Omnisynod will task an Archaeopter wing to vector in on the tracker's signal and saturate the area with munitions.
If we are fortunate, that will be the end of it.
Perhaps fortune is not a factor. The data concerning Jebka's movements and conveyance was discovered and examined exactly when we needed it. A turn of events we must consider statistically improbable.
What do you mean to suggest, Magos Dominus? That the intelligence was faulty? Jepka's vehicle was certainly real. Many died to witness that firsthand.
Only that in war, everything must be judged first with suspicion. Meanwhile, the machine god admonishes us to leave nothing to chance.
Then we will be there for that, too.
Word from the Archaeopter Datanet. A Stratoraptor squadron has downed the suspected transport of Cryptek Jepka. Jepka's status is unknown.
Then the tracker operation produced the desired outcome. If Jepka is still mobile, it will be trying to escape as soon as possible. The intervention clade can reach the site and confirm the Cryptek status, one way or another.
Target confirmed. Assigned maximum elimination priority. Our hunt, a prayer to the Omnissiah.
If Jepka remains operational, that prayer may soon be answered. The site is saturated with the effluence of Jepka's technology. One more danger for us to overcome. Or perhaps, something we can exploit. Fire for effect! Rad Scourge volleys!
Ready. Ready. I detect the data scent of the prey.
What upstart wretches are these that think to put their hands on me? My mind encompasses secrets of a galaxy they perceive as if through a distorted lens. I know truths that will evade their understanding until their species goes extinct. Destruction at the hands of these mewling newborns not fit to look upon our works. All things approach entropy, but not through such rank ignominy. My end shall come through apotheosis, ascending to a higher magnitude of understanding. I shall prevail, not for myself, for the glory of the higher plane awaiting my ascension. $100 billion stars illuminate this galaxy, each a crucible of destruction and creation. Your crude weapons could never approach such glory.
Acquiring targets.
100 billion stars illuminate this galaxy, each a crucible of destruction and creation. Your crude weapons could never approach such glory. It is done. Jepka is destroyed. We must make the most of this victory while we can. Return to Ex Veritas. The Omnisynod will need us to help exploit our advantage.
Optimized.
A revision of our strategic prognosticator models has confirmed the existence of a parallel Necron command structure, the so-called Destroyer Cult. According to intelligence surrendered by the Faithless Kin, the leader of this parallel structure is known as Nyalark Ukunsep. Gathering intelligence on the destroyers is crucial in locating and destroying Ukunsep.
The Skitarii have relayed data from fighting these destroyers. These particular Necrons seem more interested in killing than in any strategic gain.
Gather more data on these divergent Xenos, so their deployment and movements can better be modeled and predicted. A group of them is reported as active along Section 47B Gamma of the front line. Proceed there immediately, and engage the destroyers to acquire further combat data.
An onerous task, even by this war's standards. All observations point to the destroyers being extremely aggressive. Berserkers, even, were they capable of such emotion.
All the more reason to seek out and eliminate them. Your will is that of the Omnisire, Lexico Arcanus, and it shall be done. This is the combat zone where the destroyers have been reported. Unprotected by Skitarii defenses, we should be too tempting a target for such aggressive constructs. Prepare to engage. Let the motor primitive force infuse you with the might to resist these aberrations.
I detect the descent of the prey. Call the hunt.
that engagement yielded little information of value. The destroyers fight more to kill than to secure a tactical advantage, but that is no more than we knew already. Advance to the extraction point while you can. Akbani will be displeased with the paucity of our data harvest, but that is my concern, not yours. Regroup and proceed on mission. What data we have is worthwhile only if the intervention clade reaches extraction to deliver it. One of the leaders of the Destroyer Cult. This mission need not be a failure after all. Reach this Necron quickly. There is no telling what we might learn from it.
Ready. Patience. Stalker Doctrina in effect.
Engage and eliminate the Necron leader directly. If it escapes, we may never have an opportunity to reap such data again. This is a highly advanced iteration, compared to the destroyers we have observed. All its data will be new to Akbani's Lex Mechanics and Cogitator arrays. And while we're gathering that data, it would be wasteful to spurn the chance to kill it, too. Worthwhile target of opportunity. Return to the extraction point. Akbani has her data, and the Skitarii have one fewer destroyer lord to contend with.
Ancillary data gathered during observation of the destroyer warforms suggests these creatures may represent not only a parallel command structure, but a distinct ideology within the Necron ranks. The notion of a destroyer cult is fascinating. It forces us to reconsider all we knew about Necrons.
In my experience, any fascination the destroyers hold is secondary to the need to eradicate them.
Quite so, but efficient elimination is facilitated by knowledge. Forge-class destroyer constructs has enabled us to track their movements. Geostrategic predictive modeling has suggested a site frequented by the destroyer constructs. It must be explored and all intelligence within made available in the hunt for the Nihilarch.
Lector Dogmatus Videx is my crew's authority on matters doctrinal and ideological. Any examination of an alien philosophy is best conducted by him.
No alien has a philosophy as we understand it, Magos Dominus. Recall the Gryan Conclave 92-12. The very thought of the Xenos is as a poison of the mind, and to think it would be to betray one's own humanity.
Yet I must ask you to go among the works of the alien, the better to undo them.
A burden I shoulder willingly, Magos. Rather it fall on me than another less pure of soul, who might be corrupted by the profane knowledge they find. As Arch-Lex Mechanic Voss wrote, the border between knowing thine enemy and succumbing to the sin of empathy is invisible to all but the most pious. I shall acquire this knowledge, but reject its understanding.
Gather all intelligence at this site regarding the destroyers and their doctrines, and put to the flame all which does not grant us greater comprehension. Return this data to us, so it can be duly quarantined and archived.
By the Omnissiah's will, Magi.
Situation hostile. Calibrating orders. Coordinating data.
Done, Lexico Arcanus.
Omnissiah sight is a panel, but among its murals and prolific engravings, I gleaned much about their corruptive convictions. Were my mind not strengthened by steel and study, I might have been struck mad by the insights I gained.
Yet, I detect a certain satisfaction at finding such atrocities.
Only that I might fulfill my duty of suppressing them, Magos. My observations suggest the Destroyer cult is devoted to the extinction of all life, down to the microbial and bacterial. Their devotion to death exceeds even their adherence to the will of their Pharaon, a great offense to their fellow Necrons.
And yet the Necrons are not so offended that they refrain from employing their strength. So, the Destroyers represent the means by which a schism might be opened among the Necrons. This is valuable intelligence indeed.
Some older inscriptions depicted the Destroyers kneeling before a Pharaon bearing a shining device, a small cube radiating power. Perhaps an indication they can be cowed with the use of such an artifact.
The Tesseract Labyrinth again. Its significance still eludes me. But it recurs in our investigations, as if the Omnissiah was seeking to draw my attention to it.
When the Omnissiah speaks, Magos Dominus, we must listen.
Skitarii command doctrina effective.
Magos. Anomalous behavior has been observed among the Skitarii fighting near the tomb of Ukansep. It requires immediate correction. The most probable explanation is a cascading failure in data tether augmentations.
I thank the Omnisire for the opportunity to do his work with competence and timeliness.
Magos Maslovus specializes in rectifying such failures. He will minister to the effective command and catechism systems, allowing the Skitarii to heed our commands once more. However, he is not a combatant. The intervention clade must protect him as he goes about his holy work.
Praises be, for I shall be protected from the ungentle talons of the alien.
We shall escort him to the affected Skitarii, safe and intact. Magos Maslovus, let us depart.
The maniple datanet indicates one of the affected units is close by. Let us minister to them without delay, my protectors. Afflicted Templars, rejoice! Your agony is at an end. I have come to you as the anointed instrument of the machine god's will. Submit to examination, and you will soon be serving your Omnisire as Mars intended.
Mars is very far away, Magos.
Be wary, Maslovus.
Nonsense. I comprehend your suffering. Isolated from the divine chorus of the datanet, you wrestle with unbecoming uncertainties. Only a minor adjustment will let you hear the divine voice of the Omnisire once more.
You should not have come here. We fight our war, not yours. It could have concluded in the shadows with none the wiser, but fools like you must swing the hammer to fix what is not broken.
Processing orders. Skitarii Command Doctrina effective.
Tragedy. Why would they turn on their savior?
From their own words, they did not cleave to the authority of Mars. I have a suspicion of their origin. It is no coincidence they do not wear the red of Mars. You may not be familiar with their heraldry, but those are the colors of Stygies 8 on their war gear.
The ever-staring Cyclops! A much ill-omened Forge world indeed. But do they truly act against the orders of the Omnisynod? Can such factionalism be at play on our Forge worlds?
Stygies 8 has long been the subject of dark rumors concerning the forbidden study of Xenos technology. If they prove true, and Xenorite heretics are active on Hecate's Fall, we will need more than augmetic adjustments to purify our ranks.
Such notions are troubling. But my duty still stands. There are still other units cut off from the primary comms net and left to act without sanctioned imperatives. Let us reach them quickly and return them to the Omnisci's light.
The Necrons are assaulting this section in force. They must be taking advantage of the disruption among the Skitarii. Break through them, so Maslovus can reach more non-responsive units. There is still a possibility his ministrations will prove necessary.
transmitting. Networking.
You have demonstrated sufficient dedication to your duties, Magos Maslovus. We should fall back. Further risk to yourself and to the intervention clade will yield no useful data.
Magos Dominus, reports of Stygians on Hecateus 4 could not evade me. That the name of my forge world is still sullied by heretic activity is a source of shame.
No doubt the Omnisynod will be just as concerned, Tech Acquisitor. Should the intervention clade encounter these Stygians again, we may well be tasked with executing them. I take it there will be no reluctance to do so on your part?
Stygius 8 has many factions, Magos Dominus. The heretics among them are anathema to any Magos who adheres to the approved modus. It matters not to me if every traitor exposed is eliminated, if such is the Omnissiah's will.
I will assure the Omnisynod you assert no connection to any Stygian traitors, save the planet of your origin. I expect you to prove the accuracy of your words.
Observational data from front lines indicates opportunity for high-impact operation with minimal resource risk.
I presume this opportunity takes the form of a dangerous enemy to be hunted down?
Presumption correct. Target is a Lord-class destroyer construct.
A particularly dangerous quarry, as we have learned.
Skitarii commanders desire the destruction of a destroyer lord transmitted to frontline units. Instructional and morale purposes. Target to be executed in view of multiple picked servitors. Objective thereby fulfilled.
A most interesting proposition, if only for further combat data on the destroyers. You have leave to pursue the prey.
Permission acknowledged. The hunt is on.
Promising.
Patience.
I see the desired broadcast of the Destroyer Lord's destruction has occurred. Prime Hermeticon.
Elimination confirmed. Guided by the Omnissiah's hand, the blade struck its alien head from its shoulders.
You would judge the mission to be successful?
Skitarii losses incurred, but the prey was taken and seemed to be taken.
The Skitarii also desired combat data to be generated from this encounter, so they might more easily replicate it.
Combat data currently processing for dissemination. The spear, sharpened on the bones of every kill.
A dangerous enemy was indeed eliminated. If the morale and data benefits are realized, so much the better.
Studying.
Coordinating data.
Magos Dominus, our Skitarii report we have established a foothold within the tomb of Ukensen. However, certain variables are refusing to align with our dictated strategy.
As variables often do. For what purpose is the intervention clade called upon?
A tech priest manipulus named Iconeris is reported to have abandoned her orders completely. Cognitive breakdown is suspected. She is in command of a number of valuable Castaphron servitors, which must be returned to the fight. Furthermore, she must be prevented from doing further damage to the Skitarii efforts in the tomb.
The temptations of the Xenos can destroy the most faithful servant of the machine god. Silva Tenebris left me with direct experience of such a tragedy. My emotional cores register regret at the memory of my apprentice, Tiresias.
Cognitive analysis postulates Iconeris' behavior may stem from corrupted augmentations, necron info hazards, neurological injury, or even mere battle trauma. Such faults are impious. If she cannot be secured for repentance and repair, you are to execute her.
Iconeris has been reported directly fighting with forward Skitarii units. Whether she is truly insane or not, she is to be considered a hostile. Our fallen Skitarii. Iconeris only left the area very recently. We must follow the trail of the dead. These must be Iconeris' servitors. If she is capable of deploying them to defend herself, she cannot have completely abandoned reason. We must break through them to reach her. preserve the majority of these servitors for reprogramming and reuse. Some of them will have to be destroyed. Thankfully, irony is a higher cognitive function, so at least some in the intervention clade will not be troubled.
The Omni-Synod sends their executioner at last. Of course, it would be the forces of the vaunted Magos Dominus Faustinius. Are you here to offer me the mercy of a quick death? I fear it is a less tempting offer than you think.
The Omni-Synod believe you're acting out of madness, but I know better. I have already encountered others like you on this planet. Stygians who seek to avoid the notice of Mars' authority and pursue goals of their own. What are you seeking down here, Manipulus? What motivated you to abandon your orders and risk exposing your allegiance?
We were already exposed. Your own forces had identified and eliminated one of our frontline cells. I knew I had limited time before the Omni-Synod began purging us systematically. But the wretched standstill of this tomb siege sabotaged all my efforts to escape.
Your own paranoia sabotaged your efforts, Magos. Until you fled, none suspected your true purpose on this world.
Then I gave the Omni-Synod far too much credit. And you will never know my purpose, Martian, because one of us will die down here.
Receiving.
Manipulus, your servitors are inactive. You have no viable options remaining. Submit to judgment and attain some measure of absolution.
And what are my sins? To venture out of the abyss of ignorance? We are the true followers of the machine god. The only heresy here is permitting the alien to hoard its knowledge, afraid of what we might learn. We could remake this galaxy if fools like the Omniscient did not deny to the human race all that begs to be discovered.
You are seduced by the false creed of the Xenolite and the heretic. Some knowledge should never be sought. Some experiments should never be conducted. This is the lesson learned from the dark age of technology, through the horrors of the age of strife. I have seen the fruits of seeking the forbidden, and they are naught but bitter poison.
Spoken like a whipped cur. Spoken like a Magos of Mars.
My emotional centers return no hope remaining for Iconaris. She has abandoned all faith and reason. Our sacred duty now is to make sure her execution is swift and decisive.
This is no wayward lunatic. Heretic or no, she is a smart and dedicated enemy. Prepare for high-level tactical responses. Maintain multiple lanes of fire, and do not let her so much as pause for breath.
How many lives have been wasted to protect your blessed ignorance? How many sacrifices have been rendered meaningless by the hidebound fools you serve? If I die here, at least it will be in service to the truth. Unalloyed, unafraid. This is no victory for the Omniscient, Faustinius. You can kill me, but the truth will live on. I would have preferred to die in Stygies 8. amongst the Messiah's true faithful. But the ever-staring Cyclops will not blink at my death. It still gazes, even into the abyss.
Life signs 0. Then her spirit is consigned to the motive force. As I feared, Icaneris was no victim of a malfunction, but one of the Stygian heretics. Tech Acquisitor, what are your thoughts on this development?
The heretics go beyond a single hunter glade. They have agents among the priesthood of Hecateus IV, too. Infiltrating a young forge world so deeply indicates preparation. You will find no prior record of any agents from my homeworld achieving such a feat.
She spoke of seeking truths the cult Mechanicus rightly decrees as taboo. I have often heard such sentiments voiced by you.
My curiosity may lead me to the margins of the universal laws, but I have never been found guilty of modus unbecoming. My loyalty is a proven quantity.
Magos Dominus, has the renegade been deleted from the equation?
It is done. But this was no mere lunatic. Icaneris was from Styges 8. Another example of wayward personnel emanating from that world. The severity of this infiltration is worse than we first anticipated.
Probabilities permit for some contamination of our forces from elsewhere. Yet this is beyond mere happenstance. An organized deviancy in our ranks.
Styges 8's reputation is unorthodox, secretive, seeking proscribed knowledge.
Those Zerorite apostates, they seek to understand the alien, not just destroy it, an offense to piety and logic alike. But their forge world persists in spite of such dark rumors is a stain upon us all.
All rumors aside, a subversive faction has clearly found purchase on Hecateus IV. We are not ignorant of the fact your associate, Tech Acquisitor Scaevola, is also from Styges 8.
You yourself are aware of the value of Scaevola's expertise, Magos Biologus. But if there are other Stygians on Hecateus IV, I counsel we track them down and rule out any possibility of conspiracy.
That such foulness of thought can spread on this world, in the midst of a struggle against the same alien, is an offense to logic.
Root it out, bring to light, and burn. Better they're exterminated than risk their blasphemy.
If it comes to that, the intervention clade stands ready.
The tomb of Ucansep is surrounded. Thousands of Scutari, battle servitors, Archaeopter airstrikes. But progress is slow. At this rate, eons-long tectonic activity will unearth the tomb's lower levels before our excavation engines do.
If Ucansep escapes, thousands more will be lost in hunting it down again.
Analysis indicates excavation engine activity is impeded by artificially induced seismic response. Localized earthquakes damage engines, threaten to destroy. Origin points triangulated, Upper levels of tomb. Location fought over by forward Skitarii elements. Posit single device generating seismic waves. Solution? Device must be destroyed.
Prefect Ordnance Row. Combat demolitions have become a speciality of yours. Can it be achieved inside a Necron tomb, beyond Skitarii lines?
All is possible. Much is unlikely.
Oversee demolition of target device. Follow the spearhead assaulted to the tomb. Effect destruction of Xenotech seismic generator.
Siege breacher servitors and sanctioned explosive competent menials required.
Granted. Submit effectiveness projection.
Within acceptable probability range.
Sufficient.
Acknowledged.
Depart.
Obeying.
Omnissiah be your guide, Prefect Ordnance.
Combat operation concluded in the tomb of Ukensep. Principal objective of combat demolitions achieved. Secondary objectives of establishing forward footholds, fortifying supply lines, and minimizing casualties failed.
Can you verify the destruction of Ukensep's seismic device?
Confirmed. Frag drills report rapid advancement. Further tomb sectors unearthed. Skitarii advancing. Destroyer unit contact increasing.
Then Ukensep's hiding place is becoming less secure by the moment. Good work, Prefect Ordnance.
Situation hostile. Calibrating orders.
Transmit.
Fascinating.
Intel divinations have granted us an epiphany. The optimum time for a strike against Ukensep has arrived. The destroyers defending the Nihilarch are pushed back, and the Skitarii have advanced close to the sarcophagus chamber.
Then we must press home this advantage. Many Skitarii were lost in attaining it.
The intervention played is blessed with the honor of breaching the chamber and eliminating Ukensep. Your troop's specialisms and experience will be essential in negotiating the potential dangers of the tomb and executing the destruction of the Xenos. The objective is to eliminate Ukensep and confirm its demise.
The Nihilarch's fall could be the most crucial turning point in this entire war. It shall be done, Dogmatis Prime. The sarcophagus chamber. Ukensep can hide no longer. Ukensep's deviant war forms. Break through them and reach the Nihilarch. Breach the chamber and eliminate the Xenos. The war on Hecateus IV hinges on this operation. Do not let victory elude our grasp.
A tide of filth seeps into my haven. The same filth that stains the surface of Kivroth. This originator of uncleanness, the fountain of all foulness. It is life, disordered and infectious. We have shed the ugliness of biological flesh. One world at a time, we shall make this galaxy clean. Our dream is of silence, a sterile and perfect vision. The very microbes on your noisome flesh shall know only extinction.
Even logic recoils before the alien's blasphemy. Destroy this abomination! For the Omnisire! Calculating.
darkness rises all about me. I cannot fall. I will not drown in this tide of filth.
A teleportation device! Do not let it escape!
When next I walk our world, it will be to purify it with your extinction.
It fled. Their kind is arrogant and despise the concept of defeat at human hands. Yet this one was prepared for its defeat. Was it anticipating another foe? The Omniscient will demand answers, but I have few for them. Except that we have the Nihilarch on the run. Return to Ex Veritas and expect to be sent after Ukansep again. And soon.
Transmitting.
Magos Dominus, we have conducted a grand procedure patefactio to process the data from the tomb of Ukansep. Thousands of neuro-tethered menials were arranged in the sacred polygons. 100 canto servitors chanted the Principe Adeptivo.
I was very aware of the scale of the operation, Dogmatis Prime. The chanting was audible across the Forge City.
The volume of information processed by such a ritual is immense. Even Akbani's cogitator arrays cannot equal it. And a conclusion was reached that requires our immediate attention. The teleportive energy spikes from Ukansep's escape indicate the trajectory and displacement factor which allowed us to generate a destination.
Ukansep was heavily damaged by our last encounter. Do we know where it has escaped to?
The Omnissiah has blessed us with a greater than 90% certainty of that information. You are to personally survey this location and ascertain if Ukansep is indeed present. If so, Magos Dominus, you will redeem your previous failure to eliminate it.
A ruined tomb. And one far away from any strategic location. If Ukansep has taken shelter here, it concealed its hiding place well. A single construct, and non-functional. There should be many more constructs than this present.
Coordinating data. Coordinating data.
This construct was wrecked before we arrived. It is still showing residual heat traces. It was destroyed not long ago. The conclusion follows. Something arrived here before us. Then we must examine this anomalous casualty more closely. The construct was lifeless, but its power cells were not. Exposing the cells was, in retrospect, a rash decision. Nevertheless, we have sufficient data for a conclusion. These are molecular dissolution scars. I have seen them before. Many times. Whoever entered the tomb ahead of us was not of Adeptus Mechanicus origin. This construct was downed by Necron Gauss weapons. Necrons? Fighting Necrons? A worrying contradiction of our observations so far. Necron warriors, barely awoken. Did we wake them? Or was it our mystery invader? In any case, they are now our problem to overcome.
Networking.
If Okensepp is still within the tomb, this is where we will find it. The destroyers charge! The risk is calculated, but a risk it remains. Let us hope these Xenos are driven by hatred for their traitor, more than by their disdain for human life. You are the Necron who breached this tomb before us. The Vargard Nefashar. But your actions are incomprehensible. Explain your purpose here.
A witless question to ask the last loyal subject of Sankhotep. Yet I will indulge you, Tech Priest Faustinius. For you have served my dynasty well since your defiance at the Ozarian. Like a trained beast, hunting down the usurpers to Sankhotep's throne. This wretch was the last of their ilk.
I eliminated the enemies of humanity. That they were rivals of yours is an extraneous datum. This world has no throne for a Necron to claim. Hecateus IV is sovereign territory of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yet even a useful animal must be slaughtered when its purpose is complete. By all means, Faustinius, try to destroy me. You will save me the trouble of hunting you down myself. Rare is the foe who troubles the Sankhotep dynasty as you have. Rarer still, one who survives to do so again. world will be ours. My lord Sankhotep called you vermin, but you are more than that. You fight with cunning and resolve. The courts of the Necrontyr would have made great use of a servant such as you. But you are beaten, invader, and you will not see another dawn on Kivroth.
I do not die on a world called Kivroth. I die on Hecatea's Fall, a forged world of the priesthood of Mars.
To die in this tomb is a far greater honor, and one grander than your species could ever devise.
The Fargard, speaking like a conqueror, as if she is not a tool still wielded by a dead king. You have doomed this planet, Nevershah. Only you Patridae could have kept these insects at bay. Without us, Kivroth will be theirs.
Nevershah, is it? Your usurper is not quite as executed as you believed.
By the command of Sankhotep, this delayed execution is concluded.
Nefershah was more concerned with executing Ukansep than eliminating me. Though I am loath to leave a mission incomplete, such good fortune is rare. It would be blasphemously inefficient to spurn it. Expedite those calculations. So, the usurpers are usurped. The Pharaon's Vargard stands alone. This is Magos Dominus Faustinius. I am severely damaged and require extraction.
On our way, Magos.
This Vargard, as you call it, it is a rank recognized among the Necrons. Akin to a bodyguard or a trusted aide. A clear choice to take over Necron leadership once all other candidates are eliminated.
It pleases us not, this claim that we have been pawns in a conflict between alien pretenders to a false throne.
A behavioral marker of desperation, nothing more. As the faithless Xenos approach defeat, they turn on each other. We must exploit this disarray.
Let us hope we can.
The Pharaoh's throne remains undiscovered. The only logical haven for the Vanguard. Exhume it, and we bring them to the light.
Agreed. If a new leader has again arisen, we must simply destroy this one too, before its position can stabilize.
All iterations of victory require it.
Magos, your forces have experience eliminating such targets. Find the throne, find the Vanguard, annihilate both.
Fascinating. Magos, an opportunity presents itself. I conducted several excavations on Hecateus 4 prior to your arrival, and the planet's crust features multiple extensive and navigable cave systems.
Exploitation of such may not be tenable. Hecateus 4 is not known for its tectonic stability.
I believe if we can identify stable and defensible underground routes, they can be incorporated into Skitarii supply lines. Troops and materials could be moved with minimum risk of ambush.
I could take this suggestion to the Omnisynod, but I cannot make assumptions as to what their response might be.
Already done, Magos. The Omnisynod saw the wisdom of my hypothesis, and have granted me leave along with several labor servitors to pursue it.
Ever industrious, Tech Acquisitor. It seems the decision has been made, regardless of my input.
I have already identified a suitable testbed cave system under a section of Skitarii fortifications to convert into subterranean passageways.
Then go with the Omnisire's blessing. But take care you accept no risk to yourself. Your expertise is unique on Hecateus 4, and may yet be crucial to the outcome of this conflict.
I have no doubt of that, Magos. I shall take great pains to ensure my own survival. You will not be disappointed.
Prime Hermeticon. The Skitarii I ordered towards Scaevola have reported they are no longer able to track her whereabouts. What data have you brought regarding her?
Last verifiable sighting Skitarii fortification line Lambda 715. Ranger units report no physical trail. Noosphere scrubbed of data traces.
Could she have become trapped in the cave system?
No cave system extant. Geological charts tampered with. A false trail.
She has deceived and abandoned us. Worse, there is no doubt her absence presages an even greater betrayal. Recall the maxims of Archivex 512. Treachery is as an infection of the flesh. For where but one microbe takes hold, soon it will become a multitude, and a terrible sickness will follow.
That is not certain. But my emotional partitions return both frustration and apprehension. In the light of the infiltration of our forces by Stygian heretics, we must assume the worst.
She always sought knowledge of the alien. Forbidden knowledge prescribed by the highest magi of Metallica. Even now, the Xenorites could be selling our secrets to the Necrons in exchange for their profane technology, or conspiring with their Stygian cronies.
We all knew Scaevola was a risk. We accepted that risk because of her expertise, but this does not look good.
All of Hecatea's Four will be alert to her disappearance. Wherever she surfaces, we will be ready to bring her in. Scaevola will answer for her desertion, if she has indeed strayed beyond the precepts of the cult Mechanicus. She will answer for that, too.
Single target operational doctrina preloaded. Put me on the scent, and I shall bring her to bay.
If any pick up on Scaevola's trail, Prime Hermeticon, your hunt will be called. If
Processing orders. Skitarii Command Doctrina effective.
Wiring targets.
Transmitting.
Troublesome news, Magos. The kin are not as broken as we anticipated. Their forces are resurgent across Hecatea's Four, striking at supply lines and isolated targets. A significant force has launched an assault on one of our facilities. It is their most determined attack yet.
the survivors of the Foebreaker's Fist seek revenge for the betrayal they suffered. The Omnissiah decrees that for every action, there must be a reaction, equivalent in strength, but opposite in character.
Be that as it may, this is no mere lashing out in anger. They have committed in excess of 73% of their estimated remaining personnel. The target is Communication Array Eleusis 49 Omicron. The kin assault was reported shortly before the facility was cut off. It is too far from our lines for a conventional Skitarii response.
Then the Intervention Clade will respond in their stead. However, as you say, there must be more to this than an act of crude reprisal.
Their motives are irrelevant, but the impact of their assaults on our infrastructure cannot be overlooked. Leave immediately, Faustinius, before these abhuman insurgents vanish from our sight again.
No communications from the tech priests inside. The kin have succeeded in taking the facility, and we must assume the tech priests within are dead. Waste no time in retaking the nave.
Processing orders.
That is the brain of the facility. If the kin have taken control of it, they could be using the comms array themselves. Advance immediately! The cogitator banks are a nexus of sacred technology. We could use it to our advantage in reclaiming the array. But the Omnisynod may not look kindly on interfering with such honored machines.
Faustinius, the Oathbreaker. Your betrayal was not complete. You send your lackeys to see it done.
The dissolution of our alliance was regrettable, Lord Grimnir. But your belligerence has no purpose, save to ensure your own destruction.
You have earned a grudge from the kin, Tech Priest, and it demands settlement. Yet my kin do not fight here for mere revenge. They must survive. They must thrive.
She has adapted sacred technology of the array to send a message. We were right. The kin do nothing without purpose. She is summoning assistance. The facility has no value to the Grimnir now. If the kin still intend to keep us here, there must be a reason. The structure itself may have been turned into a trap. Lead the intervention clade to extraction without delay. If you can gather intelligence on the kin's message, then do so. But not at the expense of getting to extraction intact.
Your deaths are but the first installment of the debt to be paid. Necron and human will break one another in their war. Then, my kindred will claim our triumph from the rubble.
We cannot let them trap us here. Breach their blocking forces and get to extraction. set the power systems to overload. The extraction point was just outside the lethal radius. One of the few pieces of good fortune in this whole affair. Magda sent her message. We have little information on the recipient or the contents. Any recoverable data was destroyed in the blast. The kin were thorough. Our survival must be victory enough, for now.
Enemy is reduced to single point of failure. Vargard Nefeshar, sole commander, is priority target extremis. The prey is named. The hunters gather.
True. But our objective requires more than a simple execution. The location of the royal tomb is unknown. It shall be our task to follow every lead in uncovering it. The enemy will go to every length to ensure we fail in this.
The Necron's objectives will present a variable of their own. We still do not know where they will strike next. Ex Veritas again, perhaps. They may seek to strike at the Omni-Synod directly. Then there are the Stygians. There is no calculating what they are planning.
Have faith in the will of the Omnisire, Subdominatus. The prognosticators of the Omni-Synod will be building predictive models of the Necron's plans even as we speak.
Less than accurate. Margin of error wider than required for strategizing. Enemy obfuscates and deceives. Alien mind cannot truly be predicted.
Heed the words of Fabricator General Hermeticus. Question not the words of thy betters, for they speak with the voice of the Omnisire.
Fate of Hecate's Fall depends on sound strategy. Focus on victory is not heresy.
Let the Omni-Synod pursue their objectives. We must focus on ours. Nefeshar is the target, and our duty is, as ever, the acquisition of knowledge. Any fragment of data might lead to its location.
Ready.
One step closer to the machine.
A data seance of Skitarii communications reveals a troubling pattern. Necron forces are redirected towards the Azarian once again.
We knew the Xenos would not be satisfied to leave the Eternity Gate in our possession. Now we must hold it without the kin to reinforce our defenses.
We must secure the Azarian against all Xenos, Magos, whether kin or Necron. Our strategic modeling confirms the probabilities of a successful defense improve by magnitudes if we can intercept the vanguard of the Necron force before it reaches the Azarian.
A sound stratagem, Lexico Arcanus.
One determined by the inescapable weight of logic, and one your intervention clade will execute. Depart for the mission coordinates immediately, Magos Dominus.
The tip of the Necron spear. This is our chance to blunt it. Elite-grade Necrons. Utilize every advantage we have. By Rage and Rad Carbine, cut them down!
Patience.
We have dammed the flood, but it will surge on soon. Reposition immediately!
Our data seance has unraveled a pattern among the Xenos movements in your area. A Necron sub-leader may be receiving orders directly from Nefershah.
If so, it would afford us an opportunity to determine Nefershah's location.
Indeed. Reach this principal Necron with all haste so we can confirm our suspicions.
We must not allow ourselves to be trapped by Necron forces. Close on the Necron leader with all haste. The Necrons are employing their superior numbers. Expendable warriors to absorb our firepower and slow us down, so the more autonomous constructs can bypass us. A strategy that must not be gifted any success. We can spend no more time fighting the legions. We must find their commander if we are to salvage any useful intelligence on Nefershar and the Royal Tomb.
Our Lex mechanics have detected high-level tactical responses recurring in the proximity of one of the Necron's battlefield leader constructs. This confirms it is in contact with a Supreme Command Unit.
The Necron commander is in contact with Nefershar. This is what we were hoping for. We must not falter. esoteric Xenos technology must be present. Then our quarry is a cryptech. This will be anything but straightforward. Close the distance and allow no distraction. Due to their capacity to phase out of existence, the enemy cannot be captured, nor its remains acquired for study. It must be engaged and fought to destruction, and we must hope the encounter gives us the information we need.
Communications remain beyond our grasp, but wavelength and reception delay may indicate a range and direction. The data seance has routed all information regarding this command broadcast for perusal. If the origin point can be found, they will do so.
The enemy showed its hand in assaulting the Azarian. In doing so, it may have given us our best lead on the location of the royal tomb. Let it be the last mistake they make.
The Omnisynod, our goal is in sight. The data store recovered by Magos Faustinius' force indeed has the informational stench of the Necron Vanguard.
A strange creature, this Xenos. It emerges from the funeral pyres of its superiors to seize command. It remains unseen by all save Magos Faustinius. It has been a cipher, an undefined variable.
The angles of attack are tallied, and they total 360 visions of victory. In the dialectic of triumph and defeat, we perceive a glorious symmetry. Magi of Hecateus fall, the equation is balanced.
Such florid expression, Forge Lord. To what do we owe such exuberance?
The royal tomb is discovered.
Are you certain? Have you performed the 37 rites of entropic vigilance to ensure information purity?
The royal tomb is in an uncontested region, hidden by its lack of strategic importance. Desolate and unconsidered by any plan of action. Only now, data confirms it lies at the probabilistic center of all Necron movements and communications.
Then the data was indeed the key.
Most encouraging. We must exploit this breakthrough. What is our response?
Massive force. Dispatch the Skitarii to bring excavation engines to the tomb's location. Tear up the earth and expose its bones. Subtlety and theory have had their day. Now the modus must be of brute force.
The engines shall be awoken, their machines hemisphere, and when the machines march to war, it shall be to victory.
Blade is underway.
Situation hostile. Calibrating orders. Ready.
The tectonic fractals are triumphant. The earth of Hecate's fall yields to the Omnissiah's will. The royal tomb is found.
Then this may be the end. We have the opportunity to decapitate the Necron command structure.
But the Xenos is coming. We must act with all speed. Your expeditions have evidenced the presence of a Tesseract labyrinth on Hecate's fall. None of the Eupatridae wielded such an artifact, despite its power. If it indeed exists, we must assume it is in Nefeshar's possession.
Join the vanguard, Magos. Be the cutting edge. Breach the royal tomb alongside the first assaults.
A difficult and dangerous task, and one I would not refuse for the galaxy. If Hecate's Four is to be won for the Omnissiah, it will be at the royal tomb. Skitarii units are breaching the tomb in multiple locations. When we open our own breach, any defenders will be pulled in many directions. Nevertheless, expect the most resolute of resistance. This is to be Nefeshar's last stand. deciminute to recharge and reconfigure, but no more. The defenders are elite-class Necrons, not the base war forms that garrison the tombs elsewhere. A result of the Royal Tomb's prestige, perhaps. Or Nefershar may have anticipated we would find it. We must proceed without cartographical insight. The tomb is like a fortress of old, built to confuse and isolate the attackers who breach its walls. Our faith in logic is the equal of such ancient ruses. Negotiate the labyrinth and determine the route to its heart. Thus, logic prevails over the alien, and we reach the heart of the tomb. Skitarii have breached deep into the structure around us, but we are the furthest in. Nefershar will anticipate our objective is to destroy it. Preventing its escape is our responsibility alone.
Invaders who reach the halls of reawakening, you look upon but a fraction of our strength. My Lord Nefershar commands 1,000 times 1,000 such warriors. Even as these are awoken, legions more slumber. When they awaken, all invaders shall be driven from our world.
A cryptek, a wielder of their blasphemous xenotech. Cunning and dangerous. It employs our tongue to distract us.
You who speaks, I hear you also. Nefershar spoke of you. Alone among the invaders, you have commanded her personal attention. Submit, and the glimmer of brilliance she sees in you can be turned to the use of an eternal and all-powerful empire.
Do not waste your last moments attempting to turn me against the Imperium and the priesthood of Mars, to whom I have devoted my life. Mine is a creed that pursues the only truth, that of sacred knowledge. Mine is an empire that rules the galaxy by divine right.
Nefershar would have permitted a less closed-minded enemy to kneel as servants. But your species are lost to all reason. You will only ever be an obstacle in our path, and we will not fall before you today.
Networking. Skitarii Command Doctrina effective. Transmitting.
What Sankhotep began, never Shah will finish. A dynasty shall be founded on your bones.
The cryptek is not present. No doubt it has evacuated the tomb before we can corner it. Perhaps we will encounter it again, at the side of its master. A command hub. The throne room of the Pharaon. Seize it, and end this war!
There will be no end to this war. Not here, and not while feet of flesh still walk on Kivroth.
The throne chamber is filthy with Xenos. Cleanse it.
ready.
Forge Lord, I report a victory, but with troubling news. The royal tomb and its throne room are in our possession, but Nefershah was not present.
All the more concerning given the new tidings. A renewed assault on the Azarian.
The Necrons march against it again?
No. A force has penetrated its inner chambers. A teleport assault. Bypass shielding by means unknown.
Right into the heart of the Azarian. Entry protocols ineffective. They must have teleported from the central chamber, but we are overwhelmed. Its surface here.
When was this received?
271 seconds ago. Communications cut off immediately afterwards. No further word from the Azarian.
Accompanied by confirmed sightings of Nefershah, the Vargard has invaded the Azarian once more, this time by teleporting directly into its heart, bypassing all void shield defenses.
This is not the crisis it first appears. The Vargard acts in desperation. The royal tomb has fallen. What can the aliens do but make one last reach for the Eternity Gate?
And it leaves itself vulnerable. Magos Dominus Faustinius, what is your situation?
My clade is ready to redeploy, Magos Biologus. Hunting the Vargard has been an onerous task, but we are no less prepared to act.
The Necron commander attacks the Azarian. It is at the threshold of the artifact chamber. A desperate gambit.
The Vargard has made its move. Then we finally have a chance to bring it to battle. But if it opens the gate, and keeps it open,
your duty to the Omnissiah is to ensure it does not.
Omnissiah, bless our weapons and curse our foes!
I detect the data set of the prey. Call the hunt.
All prognostications converge upon the Azarian this day. Given the effort they have put into seizing it, the opening of the Eternity Gate must represent an opportunity for a Necron victory.
An opportunity that must be denied them. I have hundreds of Lex mechanics performing rites of prognostication, and all data seance outcomes predict catastrophe should the Necrons succeed.
Skitarii are augmented for obedience and efficiency, not autonomous action. Your clade represents the only force with sufficient speed and flexibility to intervene.
Skitarii data scrapes confirm the Varguard is present. Nefashar sees to this task itself.
It will not evade us a third time. I shall join the intervention clade in person. The Varguard dies, and its chance of victory with it. Whoever is chosen may not survive to see the end of this.
I am at full combat readiness. Archives of elite-class Necrons promise highest chance of success. Varguard identified as apex target on Hecateus 4. I must end this hunt.
Combat efficiency demands armored chassis, resistant to damage, enhanced cybernetics. I can provide.
Every step forward the Skitarii have taken led us here. Every interpretation of militant scripture places the obligation upon me to see this war through to the end. I would do so at your side, Magos.
The enemy shall hope to overwhelm our pious spirits with arcana fearsome and unnatural, Magos. I shall be your shield of faith against the Xenos unbelievers!
If the Eternity Gate is opened to its full potential, the war is lost. The Xenos could bring reinforcements from Necron tomb worlds across the galaxy. Penetrate the center of the structure and retake the gate. Elite class forces. Unsurprising that the Necrons would deploy their most advanced constructs to block our way. Make ready to receive the enemy! Wrath made manifest.
neighboring targets.
Break through these defenders and storm the artifact chamber.
I am the blade.
Stalker Doctrina in effect. Optimized.
That entity is powering the Eternity Gate. Nefashar has resorted to some foul sorcery to force the gate open. And in her hands, the Tesseract Labyrinth.
Once again, the one named Faustinius. It is fitting that you stand here. As you witnessed the fall of Sankhotep, so shall you witness the execution of his final command, and the deliverance of Kivroth.
What blasphemy is this? That creature's very presence distorts all patterns of the motive force. What monstrosity have you conjured, Nefashar?
Once a god, brought in starfire and metal, now but a slave. Do you see the futility of your plight, Faustinius? Even one such as I cannot resist the Vargard's will, shackled by an unassuming trinket.
Power enslaved to our will, as all things should be. We reduced our own gods to these pitiful fragments, Faustinius, rather than suffer them to stand above us. Imagine what we will do to you.
You waste time exchanging petty words with this benighted creature. Rid the Azarian of these vermin, and let us welcome the Silent King's legions to this world.
God Shard, open the gate. With your destruction, Faustinius, our triumph is decided. Let that be the last thought to pass through your limited mind. Faustinius, know that you die on a Necron world.
Calculating.
call the hunt. Patience.
Preparedness.
Truly are persistent beyond all reason. In future, I shall make sure to be thorough when stamping out your kind. Let that lesson be your legacy, Faustinius.
Another lesson to learn. A devotee of the Omnissiah suffers not the alien to live.
In that sentiment alone, we concur. You are the alien on Kivroth, and I suffer you only to die.
If I die, it is in service to the Omnissiah. You may be beyond my capacity to destroy, but your Tesseract Labyrinth is more vulnerable by far, and with it, I exorcise the source of your blasphemous power!
Its control falters. What madness do you do in your ignorance?
Oh, little Varga. A moment's inattention, a heartbeat's disruption, a crack in the prison, and hasty shackles slip. And the stars call. A quantum banquet of choice unfolds before me. Alas, Nevershah, that you did not see what you could have been with my guidance. So deftly you made the human your pawn, but in the end, he served my design.
It
It is loose. The labyrinth was its prison, and you threw open the gates. Human, you have slain my world and yours.
Vargard, I charge you to bring the Deceiver back under control. I shall deal with the human.
Stop that abomination! It will destroy both our people!
It holds open the gate. The Silent King's legions are on the march. I will do nothing to stay that destiny.
This is hubris, even for pagan Xenos! I know your mythology, Necron! The Titan once ruled your kind as gods! Thus it is written, do not construct that which you cannot command!
Nothing is beyond our command, human. Your ignorance set it loose, but our might shall rebuild what you have torn asunder. We enslaved the Star Gods once. We will enslave them again, even should the Vargard falter. The Silent King will see it done.
Fool I may have been, but ignorance can be rectified through the Omnissiah's teachings. There is no remedy for mad arrogance.
It pains me to speak in your base language. When you are dead, I shall cut out the tongue that so offends me. Verdict is set. You are worthy to be considered sapient, and thus worthy of my hatred.
force flow through me. This one is no more. One yet remains, and the creature it conjured from the labyrinth. O Messiah, grant me strength to do what I must. Motive force flow through me as I seize our last chance to end this. I denounce you, alien. No false star god shall reign over this world.
The mighty Vargard lay low by a reckless primitive. Concepts trinket will whisk you to safety, Nevershar, but I shall be free. The galaxy awaits my appetites.
I lack the means to destroy you, Deceiver. But I do not have to. Cryptek, deactivate all power restraints to the gate systems.
Oh, spiteful little creature. So close. I could almost taste starlight.
Exotic energy event detected. All forces fall back from the Azarion.
Recover the dead and maimed. I will examine the effect of this event on living flesh.
Magos Dominus Faustinius is reported injured but recoverable. His testimony will be most illuminating once he is returned to consciousness.
And the facility?
Such Xenos energies are to be feared. Quarantine it.
It shall be done. None shall enter. Structure sealed until fully comprehended.